You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country Today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern sports talk with voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. First and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown Colts. Slant caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
We go live 3 to 5, weekdays, right here on WQEE. Braves Country Today, Southern Sports Talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today, we go live 3 to 5, weekdays, right here on WQEE.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. If you are watching this on Braves Country HD, you are seeing Bob Horner and Dale Murphy circa 1978.
Armchair.
That's my childhood, baby.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Doing pretty good. Pretty good. How about it? We got, Braves on an 8-game winning streak. Swept the last 2 series against what would right now be playoff teams. And we're heading to Cleveland tonight to face another playoff team. Real quick, we're just going to hit on what's crack-a-lack, and this one is a short one today. We got a lot in store. All right, so what's crack-a-lacking today? You got the Wimbledon Tournament Championship starting today. Of course, that lasts for 2 weeks, but it did begin. And if you're like me, I like putting it on in the background. I don't really get into it that much per se, but I will watch as it goes along over the next couple of weeks. And to me, tennis is still a great pure sport to watch. I like the women's more than I like the men's. I've said this before. The main reason is the men's, they have so much power, they end up just acing everybody. So it's almost akin to what Major League Baseball was a few years ago when everybody was striking out left and right. I like to see an actual game. I like to see the serve and volley. So I will tune into Wimbledon next couple of weeks. We won't talk about it a whole lot because I don't know a whole heck of a lot about it. I've just been a fan my whole life, and I just kind of consume it during the mornings, and then after. And the great thing about Wimbledon, it's 5 hours in front of us. So once you hit about early afternoon, time for them to go to bed, and we get to play in baseball. And of course, that's always our focus here on Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country Today here on Braves Country HD. If you haven't found us yet on YouTube, please like and subscribe. You have the NBA free agency. Not a whole lot on that yet. We're going to get more into that later in the week. Trying to let that thing breathe a little bit because there's been some minor deals, but nothing that I'm going to go on and on about. I just wanted to kind of touch on the fact that it is in the process of unraveling as we speak. You'll see it pretty much when we get on the other side of the 4th of July. You'll probably see more and more stuff that'll come out. You've had the Knicks do some things. You know, you've got the Damian Lillard situation going on. Celtics went out and got Porzingis. Of course, that was last week. And you got things that the Lakers are going to be doing and whatnot. But we'll do more NBA as it becomes more relevant. And, of course, the NFL is right around the corner. They start reporting to their facilities late next week, some of them, most of them the week after. But we're only a handful of weeks away from preseason games, so football will be rocking and rolling here on Braves country. And we do cover quite a bit of football on this show for folks who might be new to our channel and they think that all we talk is baseball. No, we talk baseball and a lot of football as well. But we when the season is the season, that's the season that we always dedicate to. During the off season, we do cover all the baseball free agency, as it kind of, that stuff's a little different than the NFL and NBA, where it kind of trickles out little by little. So football season is almost here, and we began this will be our 10th season, and Justin will be back soon. He's taking a hiatus, enjoying the summer or whatnot, but he'll be back soon, and we'll be starting our 10th season of, I count our 10th season beginning when our original date of our very first show that we did back in August of 2014. Justin and I, there are a couple others that were with us at the beginning, but Justin's the only one that's really been with me the whole time through thick and thin. So he should be back soon. Of course, all the other guys are going to be jumping on this week. They've taken the little time off. They didn't ask for it. I gave it to them. I like to see them recharge their batteries before we get into what is the grind. We'll be doing 6 shows a week. We do the Monday through Friday show, 3 to 5, and then of course we also do the Saturday morning show, and still putting that together, figuring out the exact times that we're going to be doing that. But we do that live, and all this stuff's on our YouTube channel, Braves Country HD, and then of course 99.1 FM WQEE. Other things going on. You've got you got Wimbledon, you got the NFL, you got NBA. Next week is the All-Star game, and we're going to talk a little bit about that. So let's go ahead and get it going with a little Braves country. Let's get in on them Braves.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves country. What is going down? Hope y'all ready for another series. Saw a great tweet that one of the Braves guys retweeted, and it said it was coming from a Philly fan, but he put out the fact that our catcher's an all-star, our first baseman's an all-star, second base, third base, shortstop, right field, all all-stars. Our center fielder was the 2022 Rookie of the Year. By the way, he was also on the final ballot. That was left. And left field is on pace for 27 home runs. Talking about Eddie Rosario. That's not mentioning the fact that we've had some great contributions by Kevin Pillar. And our designated hitter role, which has been filled by Ozuna, is on pace for 31 home runs, both of them with OPSs over 800. And the tweet said, somebody needs to do something about this. It seems unfair to me. And then at the end, he makes the note that he is a Philly fan. So Atlanta is rocking and rolling. Of course, that picture that you see below me right there, that is an old picture of Dale Murphy and Bob Horner at the bat rack back in 78. And I've actually got one of those jerseys right now. It's in black and white, so you can't tell, but I ended up wearing my baby blue throwback one. But I still haven't found the one that I really wanted. When we went to the game, they didn't have it in my size. All they had was extremely big old buffalo size, or they had the little bitties. I want the little tiny baby blues of or 1980 baby blues is what I should say. We got a little brain twisted there. Of the Atlanta Braves, that's what I grew up on, was the baby blue Atlanta Braves. And I want either a Murphy. I would take a Horner. I love Chambliss as well. Claudell Washington was one of my favorites. But anyways, I want one of those that doesn't have the white sleeves as you see right here. But anyways, we move on from that. All right. Now, Atlanta Braves. They are going to be going into Cleveland. I'm going to go ahead and change the screen so that we get a little better look on what's going on in the Braves today, because I'm going to change the camera view as well as I talk along here. There we go. All right, so we got Bryce Elder going on the mound, rookie of a all-star. And look, he'll be up for, I believe he would still, he would still qualify for Rookie of the Year too. And after what we just did to who would be the leader in the clubhouse, I think Yuri Perez just took a big hit, didn't he? Atlanta really put it on him. So you've got Bryce Elder coming into this game, 6-1 with a 2.44, 96 innings pitched, a 1.13 ERA, 79 strikeouts. And he is going up against Gavin Williams. Now, Gavin Williams has only pitched 12 2/3 innings, ERA 2.84, 0.7 whip. Pitched really well against Kansas City last week. That's Kansas City. Small sample size. He got banged around his first time out. So what is the real Gavin Williams? I do know this. He was highly thought of. And I guess I'm looking it up right now. I guess Bryce Elder is no longer considered a rookie. I would have thought that he would have been considered a rookie. I mean, what did he pitch in? He did do 54 innings. Okay, I was thinking he had less innings than that. So I guess he's not up for Rookie of the Year. So that's my bad. Said that I'm looking at it right now on Baseball References. He exceeded rookie limits during the 2022 season. So just past that, I mean, that's a shame, because I view him as a rookie because he didn't come on until the tail end of the year last year. Pitched well, but then we didn't even, I mean, good God, what were we doing leaving him out of the rotation there at the end? But anyways, we go to Gavin Williams. And the thing about Williams is top prospect. I have only seen video of him. I have not watched an actual game of his. I try to watch these guys before we play them just so I get an idea what to expect. I have not gone back and seen his game yet. And I might try to catch like a condensed version right before first pitch. But Williams, look, when you look at what he's done so far, he's 23 years old. He's almost 24, so he's not a young rookie. So I don't think he's going to be as starry-eyed as you would hope most rookies would be. I also feel like that he is, from what I saw of him, he throws the ball hard. He's got 10 strikeouts and 12 2/3. The thing that impresses me is the 0.71 whip. That means that folks aren't picking up on him. He's from Fayetteville, North Carolina, by the way. He's a Carolina guy, went to college at East Carolina. And I do know ECU has had some pretty good college baseball teams in recent memory. So I'm assuming that he was a part of one of those. And he was drafted. Let's see. I believe he was a high draft. Was he drafted by the Tampa? No, it was later in the draft, but was drafted by the Rays. Well, that tells you right there he's probably a damn good pitcher. Drafted by the Rays in the 30th round in the 2017 draft. And okay, it's been updated. I thought that sounded odd because I thought I kept hearing that he was a first round. He was drafted in 2017, but then drafted again by the Cleveland then Indians in the 2021 draft. This is right before they changed the name to the Guardians. So he was drafted by Cleveland in the first round. All right, that makes sense. So I guess what happened is he was drafted out of high school in the 30th round, and they have the option to turn that down. He turned it down. He said, 30th round, not good enough for me. I'm going to go ahead and see what I can do at ECU. Went to ECU for a few years. By the time he came out in the 2021 draft, he was drafted 23rd overall in the first round. So there's his backstory, and I'll be excited to see what he's got tonight. But until I see him pitch, I don't know what to expect. What I do expect from our guy Bryce Elder, I expect a situation where he's going to go out and pitch well. Cleveland's bats are not the most explosive bats. That's the other thing that I will put into here as well. Cleveland played a late game last night. I was tweeting about this last night, but Cleveland played a late game last night. And so they went to extra innings on a Sunday where you normally play early. I believe it was weather-based. They didn't have the game start till around 6 o'clock. They didn't want to have to go back to Chicago because now that everyone only plays each other once a year, a lot of times, you're not going back to that to the stadium. And it's kind of a mess because you're like, all right, well, what's going to happen here? If we end up getting rained out, we'd have to stop over on a random day. Of course, Chicago and Cleveland aren't that far from each other, but still. So they played late last night. I was trying to search around. It looks like their plane got in mid-morning. Well, when I say mid-morning, we're talking about like 3 in the morning or so, which means they probably didn't get home, get to bed. Now, the one thing they do have the advantage of, they did get to sleep in their own beds last night, but you're looking at a team that is probably pretty tired. They went to extra innings. We should have the advantage today. Gavin Williams, I get it. He's supposed to have good stuff. Get past him. Cleveland's had to use quite a bit of their bullpen this weekend. Braves have not, because of the domination that they put on Miami. Elder hopefully goes out there and gives us 6 or 7 strong against one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. And Atlanta, by the way, I was looking at this today. This is a rankings system that has been developed by teamrankings.com. Atlanta's ranked number 1 in baseball right now. Number 1 in baseball, just over Tampa Bay, which we now have 3 less losses than Tampa Bay. I can't get into the weeds sometimes when they've played so many more games than us about where we are as far as in the standings per se. We are 3 in front of them on the loss column. That's huge. And if we can go out there and win the series against Tampa Bay this weekend, that's going to be even bigger, because then you'll have the tiebreaker if it comes down to that down the road. We have a pretty healthy lead over the Dodgers in Houston, who are ranked 3rd and 4th. This according to these rankings. So, and they take a lot of things, basically win projection, all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty interesting stuff right there. But as far as statistical and whatnot, and I do think that you got to take that into consideration. Most runs scored, and I get it. Not everybody's played in the same amount of games, but we're not going to get into all that. Most runs scored were the Braves are sitting third in baseball. Only Texas and Tampa, who have played a few more games than the Braves, have scored more. Texas, by the way, they've scored 24 more runs than Atlanta, and they've only played one more game. And that is incredible because I think we put up a lot of runs. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the Guardians are 27th in baseball, just below the team we just swept, the Miami Marlins. Not too far below the team we swept before that, the Minnesota Twins. So this is the third series in a row that we will have played three of the worst offenses in baseball. Marlins and Guardians rank in the bottom 5. The only teams worse offensively than the Guardians and the Marlins: Tigers, Royals, and A's. The Twins, by the way, they're ranked 22nd. When we come out of the All-Star break, our first series against the White Sox, they're ranked 21st. So we're kind of getting some softer offenses here. We expected to get more of a pushback on that pitching staff from the Marlins, but we really got to Alcantara. Is basically one inning that fell apart with him. And of course, Perez, man, he just, I don't know. I don't know if the bright lights, big city thing was too much for him. I don't know why he didn't have his stuff. I've seen him pitch a few times. Perez has much better stuff than what it looked. He couldn't hit the zone. He was all over the place. But he's also 20. A guy like that, he'll be fine. But looking at the Braves going forward, we're in pretty good shape. Pretty good. Pretty good. You're talking about we're going to play the White Sox out of the break. We're playing the Guardians now this weekend. So we get the day off before the Tampa series. I love that because we're going to be able to rest whoever we need to rest out of the bullpen. Because Tampa has the second best offense in baseball. We have the third. Probably be a high-scoring series. As far as pitching goes, here's the tail of the tape. Team ERAs. Where's everybody ranked? Atlanta's third. By the way, we're the only team that's top 3 in both. Tampa is 5th, so Tampa's no slouch. I will say this: the Sierra numbers and some of the expectations is pointed to the Braves bullpen being elite and Tampa's not. So we'll see what happens this weekend. But what it's basically saying is that I don't want to call it lucky, but the Rays have been right place, right time with their bullpen so far. But we'll get into that on Thursday and Friday's edition going into the Tampa series. Right now, the Guardians, their team ERA is number 6 in all of baseball. So they win a lot of games. They're coming into today, game under 500? They win a lot of games, low-scoring affairs. I kind of akin this, if you want to put this in football terms, if we can make this a high-scoring affair, they don't have the firepower to hang with us in a 3-game series. But if we let them play smash mouth and we come out with quiet bats and let them do their thing, they have a very good bullpen as well. That's how Cleveland tries to get you. They do have some guys in that lineup that you can't sneeze at. But I really feel like that there's just a couple of guys that you need to make sure they don't beat you. And if they don't beat you, we're going to be in pretty good shape. Number 1 with the bullet, the guy that you need to pay attention to more than anything else, Jose Ramirez. Joe Ram, JR, whatever you want to call him. Jose Ramirez is a perennial all-star. And he is a switch hitting, power hitting third baseman. A lot of Braves fans are aware of him because in years past, he's been rumored to at one point being traded to Atlanta. I always thought that was nonsense. But I'll tell you what, Cleveland got a deal with him. They ended up locking him up long-term on a very team-friendly deal. I don't know how they convinced him, but they convinced him. So he's a guy still in his prime, 30 years old, heck of a third baseman. Stole home last week. And he's just a very good player. We're going to have to navigate around. That's my key to the series is if we can put runs up and stay away from the bat of Ramirez, we should be in pretty good shape. Now, they've got some good players. Stephen Kwan, our old friend, remember Josh Bell played for Washington for so long? He is their designated hitter, another switch hitting power hitter. But they don't have a lineup, an offense that really worries you. They do have arguably the best closer in baseball in Emmanuel Clase. This guy's stuff is electric. He's got a little higher ERA than expected, but he's gone out. He's basically just had a couple of rough outings, but all in all, he's still elite. He's got 24 saves. He does have a 3.4 ERA, but you know how these relievers are. If they go out and have one or two bad outings the entire year, it can just make your ERA balloon because you're only used so sparingly. It's really hard to get those back down. But if you watch him and you sit, man, his stuff is electric. He gave up. Now, here's the good news. He pitched an inning last night, gave up 4 runs. They may rush him back out there tonight. But the inning, 4 runs, that was last night's game. Before that, he had not pitched since Thursday and then Tuesday. So he didn't get a situation because the Cubs, I believe the Cubs won the first 2 games of that series, but I do know that at least one of them was a blowout. But he was only used once over the weekend, so he should be available if they have the lead for at least 2 games in this series, depending when those games take place. But he did give up 4 runs. Before that, his ERA was below 3. And let me see when was the last time he got tagged. So this guy in April only had 2 appearances, right? In May, he had a 2.03 ERA. Only gave up runs 2 times and looked like he gave 15 appearances, somewhere in that neighborhood. In June, he gave up a 4.97 ERA, so a little lower. I'm sorry, May. I've got that backwards. May 4.97 ERA and gave up a total of 7 runs over 12 innings. So, and he got tagged a couple of times. Here's what it was. In June, his ERA was 0.77. He went out there on the mound, looks like about a dozen times. He gave up an earned run 1 time to Kansas City. Gave up 4 runs last time. So there's kind of a trend there that they might give him a few days off to just try to, and hopefully we dodge him. We dodge him, which would be great because he is by far looked upon as one of, if not the best closer in baseball. So there you have that. Tonight, my pick to click with the kid on the mound, Gavin Williams, and kind of a hitter-friendly ballpark there in Cleveland. I wouldn't call it a small ballpark. Give me I'm going to go ahead and take, let me see. See, he's a lefty. I'm sorry. He's a righty. Oh man. Let's go with Olsen. Pick to click Olsen. Now, if I was going to go with the pitcher, yeah, you know what? Let's scratch that. I don't do pitchers a whole lot. My pick to click's going to be Bryce Elder, newly sent into the All-Star game. Give me Bryce Elder. He's going to give us a quality start. He's going to get the W. I think he's going to go out there and pitch 6 to 7 strong. I think he'll give up 2 runs or less against this Cleveland ball club and really go out there and shine in what could be, depending on how they decide to do it, it could be his last start before the All-Star break. Now, I hope that he ends up pitching the 3rd game of the series, but you never know how they decide to do it because they may decide to give him rest. Because the kid's going to want to go to the All-Star game. I mean, he doesn't know how many times he'll ever be invited back. Right now, it looks like his whole career could be at the All-Star game, but things change all the time. All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Once Upon a Pastime series, we're going to talk about why baseball is the greatest game ever. Be back in a flash here on Braves Country Today. Make sure to like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Easy for me to say, right? Braves Country HD if you're looking for us.
A woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
1 out, nobody on. 2-2 count to Pete Rose. We've just started a wet day in Baltimore. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Tough chance. It's in for a base hit. Rose is coming for 2. It gets away from Robinson. Rose hit the dirt. And had he rounded the bag, he might have gone for 3. He thought it would be a play on him at second.
The Cincinnati's Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, and this is the way Rose plays the game. Just 150% each and every time, whether the ball is there or not.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846. In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. All right, let's do it today. I thought this would be a good topic when you start talking about a lot of things in the world of baseball. One of the biggest arguments that I get or hear as well, in conversations I'm not even involved in, but I listen to a lot of sports talk radio. I consume a lot of sports talk in general, whether it's television or radio. And there is always this misconception, or the perception is wildly off on how popular baseball is. I hear this more and more from younger folks in the sports talk industry, and I do believe that a lot of it has to do with they're buying into the narrative that they have heard repeatedly on outlets like ESPN and other entities that are trying to push baseball aside because they didn't go all in and spend the money to put baseball on their networks. So they're trying to push it down. I really do. It's a form of almost like the common term now, shadow banning. It's a form of that where they are putting it down because they don't want you to think it's cool anymore, right? The numbers show otherwise. If you look through the numbers over every year, from year to year, the last several years has actually gotten more popular. But the misbelief that the NBA is more popular than baseball is just wildly wrong. And it's even gotten more popular over the last few years and growing. And some of it had to do with the fact that the NBA did more to ruin their brand than I would say it was baseball building their brand. I think a lot of folks that used to watch some NBA and a lot of baseball have tuned out, and now they're spending more time watching Major League Baseball. Some of it has been because baseball's taken measures to try to improve the game, pace of play, the clock, right? Also, things like, and I always thought this was very interesting, when I first started hearing the conversations of banning the shift, the clock, et cetera, just like a lot of other purists, I dug my heels in. And then I got to thinking about it, and then I would listen to their reasonings for it. And I realized that all along, it was actually a pretty smart, innovative move to do what they were doing. First off, I thought they were playing follow the leader, but instead, what baseball was trying to do more than anything else with the pitch clock and the banning of the shift was one major thing. They don't realistically care about how long a game takes. Sure, it's great when these games end early. And it's funny now because over just a short time period, we're getting spoiled with these games that are typically lasting. Let's be honest, most major league games are now lasting. Your expectations of a major league game now is around 2.5 hours. Sometimes it's a little less and sometimes it's a little more, but that's pretty much where we're at. That's where it was when I was a kid. That's why it was so wildly popular. People would complain about it in the 80s and into the early 90s about how much longer you spent watching a football game than a baseball game. And of course, the argument was always what? Well, it's easy to say that now in retrospect, but the argument was always, well, but baseball's played every day. Football, you're spending once a week. Nowadays, you're watching a lot more football than we ever consumed. Football now is on every single night, whether it's college, whether it's pro. You can watch the game of football just about every night during the fall. And there are pockets where it is every night. There's the Tuesday night whack game, or not whack, Mac game. There's usually some random Wednesday game, and they're talking more and more about putting the NFL on a Wednesday. They're putting the NFL on Black Friday now. They're putting obviously the Thursday night game. So, and then of course college football is on Friday. It's on Thursday. It's on Saturday. The Tuesdays, you got the Sunday night football for the NFL. You got the Monday night football. It's wall to wall on Sunday. So nowadays that argument no longer stands. Well, you only watch football once a week. No, it's being watched. It's being played every day, and most games are lasting. The college game, though, they're trying to change some measures. That thing's 3.5 to 4 hours. The NFL game's around 3.5 hours, sometimes a little less. But the big thing with baseball was they didn't care how long the game was when they started these measures. What they were saying is, we want more action. We want to be the anti-NFL, and for kind of a same thing, although it's not the same reasoning, the NBA doesn't have a lot of action anymore. If you look at the game of basketball, it's chuck a deep three. It either hits or it doesn't hit. Then they dribble the ball up the court, might pass it around once or twice and chuck another one. And that's not the action that we grew up. When you were a kid watching basketball, I grew up watching and playing it and falling in love with that sport at the time because there was a lot of action. There was always the ball trying to be pushed down towards the hole, and movement and screens. There was a lot of things that they don't do now today. Now it's more they just stand around. With baseball, you put that pitch clock in, so you're speeding up the time in between pitches, but also there's less strikeouts. Now you still have the strikeouts, but as we go further and further into this, you're going to start seeing these guys in Major League Baseball and in the front office who makes the decisions on who to sign, right? They're starting to value more guys that put the ball in play because the shift has been banned. If you value a guy that puts the ball in play, a guy like Luis Arias of the Marlins becomes much more valuable because he's putting the ball in play and he's making sure that the defense is paying the price for any kind of shift that they do. There's a lot of guys that you can point to that around the league, but you're starting to see it, and you'll see it even more as this goes along. So before we got into why baseball is still America's pastime here on the Once Upon a Pastime series, I wanted to kind of lay the groundwork of the fact that you hear that it's not is wildly wrong. Major League Baseball is still the second most popular sport in America. It's the most consumed. It's the second most viewed. The only reason why it's the most consumed over the NFL is because there's more games played, right? But as far as the consumption and the ratings and whatnot, it's still number 2. It's not particularly close. I know a lot of folks in the South think that college football would be. It's not. College football is very popular, but you got to realize that unless you're in the South or in the Big Ten country, it's not as popular as you think it is. I've lived all over, and it really threw me for a loop when I lived in New York City for a small period of time and in the state of New York, and was shocked, like, man, y'all really don't care about college football, do you? Nah, I could care less. But the minute you start talking about college football, the first thing they'll come back at you with is they are paying attention to the draft. They are paying attention to who their Jets and Giants are drafting, and what do I think of this guy? He played at this school. But if you live in the Northeast because the college football teams are not that good up there, typically. They don't have the dominance of the Southern football and the Midwest football. There's not a lot of interest. I remember I worked with a guy out on Long Island, huge sports fan. This guy loved sports, him and his brother. His brother, you could not get to watch a college football game. He, on the other hand, followed Penn State, but it wasn't a passion. Now, they were huge Giants fans. Knew everything about them. Never met. I mean, they were consuming. This is right around the time podcasts were becoming relevant, and they were starting to indulge themselves in that. But they were all about sports talk radio. Where could they get more information? Reading up on it online. Da 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 da. And of course, they were baseball fans. When you realize how big of a population is up there in the Northeast, this is why baseball and football, professional football, are king. I guess maybe if you were ranking it, you've got a 1A and a 1B. Although I'm willing to concede that the NFL is 1 and Major League Baseball is 2. The great thing about baseball and its consumption and why people love it, very little of the season overlaps into the National Football League. So this is your springtime sport. This is your summer sport. This is what you love during those summer months. It is America's pastime. It is still everyone's favorite sport to pass the time. I will concede that America's passion is the National Football League. And there's a lot of reasonings for that. Though baseball is the number 2 most bet on, gambled on sport in America. I was about to say sporting event, but sport in America. They're sporting events. The National Football League still dwarfs it because everybody thinks that they can beat the books. And I'm going to tell you right now, newsflash, the books are going to get you in the NFL. If you are betting primarily National Football League, I guarantee you, no matter what you say and what you do and what you put out there, you have a losing record. We have a winning record on our betting over the last 8 years. We're up over 60%. And one of the reasons why is because most of our bets are not pointed towards the NFL. We bet baseball and we bet college football. The NFL, their handicappers are the best handicappers in the world. So if you're out there gambling, you think you're going to beat the books of the NFL, you're not. You're just not. You can get some good intel from time to time and you can get on a hot streak. But if that is the only sport you're betting, I guarantee you over time, no matter how good you are, you will lose. Even the big time high rollers in Las Vegas who sports gambling is their living and they're making big money. They're making most of their money, most of their winning percentages are cushioned by the NFL during the NFL offseason. They have either picked up on college basketball, they have either gone into Major League Baseball, and there are some that have some success with the NBA. There's a lot of reasons why the NBA is very NHL, but the National Football League, it's rigged. Not in the way that all these tinfoil hat folks will tell you that it's rigged. That, oh man, that it's predetermined. You can't predetermine. You cannot predetermine a major sporting event, a team sport like football, baseball, the way you can pro wrestling. You can't do it. There's too many moving parts. And those guys make way too much money to be able to afford nowadays to get them to tank. Because they're like, what am I going to do? I'm going to get kicked out of the league, and then there goes all my deals and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You might be able to get to one here and there, but when I say it's rigged, I mean it's rigged because the house has professionals that are breaking it down to the half point to be able to beat the suckers out there, right? And it's fun to bet on football. I'll never say that it's not. Hell, I do it. But it's much more of a crapshoot. So, with all that being said, the reason why football is so popular is because people still think that they can beat it. There's also the fantasy football aspect. Let's not ignore that. Fantasy football has exploded the NFL. I think it would still be very, very popular and still be number one regardless, but fantasy football has made it even more popular. There are people that I know that don't watch any sports, but they play the hell out of fantasy football. There's a lot of reasonings for that, but that's a different show for a different day. But baseball is still the pastime. Football is the passion, especially professional football. College football, south of the Mason-Dixon, east of the Mississippi. But professional football is still going to be king. Baseball everywhere is the pastime. It doesn't matter what state you're in, because you played Little League. Your kids are playing Little League. You've got minor league teams in your area. Do any of you have a minor league football team? No. There's very few of those in the U.S. Baseball is still a sport that you can go out and play a pickup game with your friends. Or you can play a watered down version of it, right? Slow pitch softball, wiffle ball. You can still go out and play that game, and that's why it'll always be America's pastime. Football, you reach a certain age, you're like, this is not smart to be out here tackling each other. Not only could we get injured, you're going to feel it for weeks. So it's still the most relaxing game to just pick up and play with friends. It's still the most relaxing game to consume. And that goes to whether you are consuming it, watching it on TV, going to the game, or still my favorite, just listening to it on the radio. I have a passion for doing play-by-play because I love listening to if I catch a good broadcast, a good radio broadcast of any baseball game, it doesn't matter if I'm a fan of the team or not, I can listen to it. Because it's the only sport that lets the game breathe during the actual game itself. You'll get the pitch, and even with the pitch clock, even today with the pitch clock, I was a little concerned that it was going to be too much. I would still love an extra 5 seconds in between pitches although I say that now, I've gotten so used to the rhythm that it is. I think I might get impatient. I'm starting to get to where I'm getting impatient with the guys. When there's a runner on base and a guy is taking it all the way down to the 1 second, 2 second mark, I'm in my head, I'm like, let's go, hurry up. But the point I'm trying to make is I didn't think that the broadcast would breathe. I didn't think I thought going into the season, I was a little concerned. You'd get in there, you'd be doing the game, and you'd be saying something to the effect of, and here's the 2-2 pitch. And then after that pitch is made, he's grabbing the ball and is immediately going back in the pitch. You're like, there's no way to let the game breathe and talk to the listeners about other things. What scores are going on out of town? What's, anything that you might bring up. I always have a little list for topics. And then, of course, one of my favorite things to do during my broadcast is the turn back time stuff. The birthdays too, but the turn back time stuff is so it's things like that when you consume a radio broadcast, you can turn a radio broadcast on a summer day and be out by the water. However that affects you, whether you're at the pool, whether you're on the lake, you're at the beach, maybe you're just sitting in your backyard and soaking your feet in a little kiddie pool with the sprinklers on. However you consume water and sunshine, or a warm southern night, warm summer night, and the crickets are chirping in the background, and the dogs are running around, and you've got a baseball game on. You're not worried about staring at something. You're not worried about you're listening to the game. To me, that's still to me to this day, it will always be the best way to consume a baseball game is the radio broadcast. I am like a lot of other people. I do not like the television broadcasts. They're usually terrible. And it's not all their fault. They've been trained that way. They've been told, do not talk too much. Let the pictures tell the story. And that's fine in a football game because there's a lot of collisions and whatnot. And you can always look up, used to, it's funny when you were growing up, you would always, I can remember my dad and my grandfather telling everyone to keep it down because the only way for them to find out if someone was injured or how badly someone was injured when they were taken off a college football field, which was their favorite sport, was you were waiting for the sideline reporter to tell you. There was no Twitter. Nowadays, I don't worry about it as much. Give it 5 or 10 minutes and you go to said team's reporter and there's usually something up there. But in a football game, I don't even worry about listening to the game anymore. I really don't. It's a lot of fluff, but with baseball, the radio guys they're still good. There's some that are obviously better than others. But I will take a warm southern night in the summer or a warm summer night anywhere with baseball on the radio, a cold one in your hand, and near some body of water. I'll take that over the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, right? Freezing your nards off and your, just absolutely uncomfortable. Most football games I've been to in my life, I've been extremely uncomfortable. You're either there and for whatever reason it is way too hot, day game, or you're there in the wintertime and it's way too cold. There's a pocket, no matter where you live at, there's a pocket of about 3 to 4 weeks that you can go to a football game and not be uncomfortable. That's not the case in Major League Baseball or any baseball. I specifically think Major League because they play a lot of night games. And nowadays you play the night games during the summer under the lights, and it's a beautiful thing. And that's why it's the best pastime there is. And you can take your kids, you can take your family to the game, to the ballpark, and you can afford to do it. A lot of folks can't do that with a game in the National Football League. Not without taking a second mortgage out. And when you're at the game, you can still have a conversation. And that's important. to be able to sit. I can remember going to baseball games. We went to a Braves Mets game up in New York. Me and my mom, we just happened to be visiting New York. I said, let's go check out the game. And how cool it was. My sisters went as well, but how cool it was to be able to sit there and to have a conversation with her. And she grew up in that area. So she's recalling and telling me all the great stories about, going there with her dad as a kid. They grew up watching the Brooklyn Dodgers. But then there's also just the conversations of, hey, what's going on in your life? Hey, you don't get that in a football game. It's usually way too loud. There's usually too much tension until the game turns into a blowout. Once the game turns into a blowout, here's the funny thing. If you go to a football game, think about how many times you might have been to a game that got out of hand. And think about how many times you went to a baseball that may have gotten out of hand. And if you answer this honestly, think about the fact that when the football game got out of hand, it was time to leave. When the baseball game got out of hand, it was time to maybe go get another cold one. The game got out of hand. Well, that just meant I get to spend more time with the folks that I came to the game with. The football game gets out of hand. You'll see it. They're in the parking lot. They're leaving. Baseball is the best. We'll be back in a flash. When we come back, we're going to talk about other things that baseball brings to the table and why it is still America's pastime. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country's Once Upon a Pastime series. Keep it locked in here.
Cool! Wizard versus nerd!
Write you down with my spell! No! Science is the answer!
Northern Tool and Equipment.
My girlfriend has given me a pet name.
I'm afraid to ask.
Snuggle Muffin.
No, it isn't.
And she uses it in public.
Okay, so give your girlfriend a pet name she'll hate, like Thunder Chunky.
I couldn't do that.
I see. Too harsh for Snuggle Muffin. Okay. Drown her out with a 200-mile-per-hour cordless leaf blower.
Got it. Here she comes.
Hey, Snuggle Muffin. What are you doing, Snuggle? I am so out of here.
Wait. Come back, Thunder Chunky.
There's no problem a little horsepower can't solve.
Armchair.
Rainey against Leary. The way that Leary is pitching, we may have to go back to the hotel and stay in this lousy town for another night. Might be too late to get out of the airport. Boy, he's a slow worker. There's a strike call.
Statute. What? Statute of limitations. It's not a statue.
No, it's statue.
Fine. It's a sculpture of limitations.
In 1866, at Vassar College, a group of freshmen, with the support of a female physician who thought exercise for women essential to good health, formed the Laurel and Abenakis Baseball Club. Other colleges soon followed suit. They did not play for long.
One day, a student, while running between bases, fell with an injured leg. We attended her to the infirmary with the foreboding that this accident would end our play of baseball.
The teams were soon forced to disband. The game was considered far too violent for young ladies to play.
Welcome back. Once Upon a Pastime series as we talk about why Major League Baseball, why the game of baseball is still America's pastime, and what makes the game so great. And look, I know it's a lot of things that people know, but until you really think about why, and I think sometimes it's overlooked, it's overshadowed by. We talked about this in the first segment, but you get a lot of, I'll put it to you this way. I was talking to a guy in the industry one time, and he was saying his argument was that the NBA was bigger. I said it's not. Look at the numbers. I pulled the numbers, and he was flabbergasted by it. And he said, "Well, I don't understand why, if it's so much more popular, why did ESPN? Why is all their content either the NFL or the NBA?" And I said, "Follow the money. They went in. They made a very poor decision years ago, and they spent a lot of money on coverage of the NBA because they were under the impression it was about to take off and be bigger. And it was off of, look, this is a springboard from the Michael Jordan era when basketball was a lot more popular. And then, of course, it's not like that was the last time that they had great players, but baseball still is still the most popular championship in all of sports in America is obviously the Super Bowl. The World Series is number 2. And it's not particularly close. They tend to have, even when they're having their better years, and this year NBA playoff numbers were awful, but even in their better years, they're still typically about 20 to 25% less than the Major League Baseball World Series. But I think it's a mistake to always just look at, well, who was most popular in the championship series this year? The only way that becomes newsworthy if for out of nowhere the Super Bowl, nobody watched it that year. That becomes newsworthy. Other than that, it's usually dependent on who's in the championship. Does America care if this team or that team of this sport, that region of the country wins? You got to look at the regular season. You have to look at the overall. And baseball is a game that people watch day in and day out. Baseball is a game. We talked about how it's the best on the radio, but even if you do like, even if you prefer the television broadcast, there's nothing wrong with that. Some people, they might have a favorite personality that they like on the television broadcast, right? No matter how you look at it, baseball becomes, for the older fan, it becomes a friend. You get older fans, they get up there in life, they get retired, life slows down. They're able to consume more than they've ever, because they're at home more than they ever. And baseball becomes a daily routine that you can count on during those summer and spring months into the early fall. Whether my team's good or not, rise or shine, rise and shine, because it is time to play the game. Unless weather stops you, the game's happening. And the great thing about baseball, if it does get rained out, they make it up to you. So you do rely on them as a friend. How many friends have you had not show up to something and they don't do anything? They don't do anything for you. So that's the beauty of baseball. And especially as you get older, kids leave the house. Maybe you're left by, look, there's a lot of older folks that are living by themselves. They've lost their partner, right? Baseball's there every night. And so it is still the pastime. By that definition, it helps pass the time. And you look forward to it. I am married at this point, but I remember when I was single, I looked forward to the nighttime. If I had the night off, and I ran around and raised Cain with the best of them. Don't get me wrong. But I looked forward to the nights when I would see. I'm an old restaurant guy. the restaurant business for a long time. I don't know if I'll ever fully leave the restaurant business. I love it almost as much as I love this game. But I would get my schedule and look at it, and when I would see that I'm off this night, and that night, I would match it up with what baseball games are on that night. Now, you obviously do it during the football season too, but the difference would be with football, if I found out the folks were getting together, my friends were getting together to watch Game X, I would get excited about it. With baseball, I did not care if I was meeting up with folks. I was turning that game on, and I was excited about the game. With football, I was excited about, hey, at the end of this week, I'm going to go hang out with a bunch of friends and have a good time. So that's the difference to me, is that I looked forward to the actual game. And when you look at this and you're saying, well, why baseball? If someone's scrolling through and they just stopped in on this channel, like, why baseball? Why do you love baseball so much? It's simply the greatest game that was ever devised. And I can't do it enough justice. It is the greatest game that has ever been devised. There has never been a game that's more difficult and more exciting at the same time. I'm not putting down whatever other sport you may have in mind. I'm not putting that sport down. So I'm not going to tell you why baseball is better than this sport, that sport, and that sport, right? Because I'm not here to tear down other sports. What I'm going to tell you is it is the best game because, first of all, it is a team game that is devised for the one-on-one aspect. Everybody knows football is a team game. Everybody knows basketball is a team game. Hockey, you name it. And yes, you have to win your individual battles as a collective team to win and be a good team and win championships, et cetera, et cetera. But baseball is the one game. First of all, it's because it's the only sport where the defense has the ball. It's the only sport devised that way. And when the defense has the ball and they are pitching, the game stops and it becomes a battle of one-on-one. And it's up to that individual man, that individual person, to beat the guy in front of him. And if we can do it enough in 9 frames on both offense and defense, we can win the game. And we will attempt to do that 162 times in a 6-month span. It is the ultimate marathon. It's also the greatest reality show, reality TV, whatever you want to classify it, it's still the greatest reality ever devised. Because day in and day out, you want to know several things about your team. That's not the case in other sports. If it's a sports like football, you only care once a week, realistically. If it's a sport like basketball or hockey, and I'm going to leave it at those because those are the 4 major. But even soccer is about once a week. But even basketball and hockey, it's not every day. it's 2 to 3 times a week typically. So baseball, typically 5 to 6 times a week, sometimes even 7. And it's so intense of a season if you follow it on a day in and day out basis, excuse me. It's so intense as a fan. You almost welcome that day off, even though you love it dearly, but you're like, man, I got to catch my breath. And then you're ready to ramp it back up again. You care about the injury, the win, the loss, but you also care about how was that bullpen used today? What's it going to look like tomorrow? Hey, if we do this today, how are we going to get through Wednesday? That kind of thing, right? And then, of course, it's also the only sport other than maybe hockey, but hockey doesn't have the layers that has a true farm system. So nowadays, with everything that you can consume, you can keep an eye on. What about the dude down there in Single A that they said wasn't going to be up for a few years? I see that he just got promoted to Triple A. How much longer before he can come help the team? And it's a constant thing. And also, it's the only sport whose trading deadline is real. It's a real trading deadline. You typically get more deals, more significant deals in Major League Baseball at the trading deadline than you do at any other sport. You could make an argument for basketball and hockey being very relevant in a lot of trade. There are trade deadlines in basketball where it's usually null and void. But there are years in hockey the same. National Football League's trading deadline, even though we know it, we're told about it, it essentially comes and goes and nothing happens. Because of the individuality of the sport, it is much easier to make a trade for someone in football. I'm sorry, in baseball, and have them contribute immediately. In football, it's a lot easier to do that during the offseason. In basketball, if a guy gets traded over, in hockey, it's going to take a little bit. But in baseball, you make a trade for, we'll say, a top closer in the game. He gets on a plane tomorrow night, he could be saving the game for you. And so that's why the rarity that sits there, because it is an individual sport that is wrapped in a team game, player movement is more interesting in that sport than any other sport. It is chess compared to checkers. Baseball is a game of chess. Most of your other sports, they're checkers. It's faster moving. It's the athleticism that takes over. In baseball, yes, having a very athletic player, being very athletic, is an advantage, of course. Any sport is. And more so now that you're seeing more movement on the base paths. But the difference is, for instance, I'll take basketball as an example. If you have 2 to 3 of the top 20 players in the game, there is very little chance that you don't make the playoffs because there's so few players on the floor. And there's very little chance that you don't do very well and go deep into the playoffs. That's not the case in baseball. Not really the case in football. But with baseball, when we're talking about the athleticism definitely goes into play. But more so than anything else, it is a mind game. The strategy in baseball, and to be able to react to that strategy, is on so many different levels, and we could take it through the defensive positioning, et cetera, but I don't want to be here all day. So we'll just take, for instance, an at-bat. And we'll compare that to a guy coming up the basketball floor, a point guard. And we'll even make it a little more dramatic. And 8 seconds left in the game, he's got the ball. And there might be a strategy on whether or not he's going to kick it to an open guy, or is he going to go try to beat the defender. The difference between baseball and basketball, that happens every single pitch. Because the pitcher, is he going to try to blow it by this guy, or is he going to try to paint the edges and get him to chase? The hitter, is he going to try to tattoo this ball, or now with 2 strikes and runner on second trailing by 1 in the 7th, is he now going to try to shorten his swing a little bit and just get the ball in play and see what can happen? Guy comes up in the 7th inning. It's his 3rd at bat. We'll say 6th inning. Got to modernize it, right? Comes up in the 6th inning, the 3rd at bat against the same pitcher. Are they going to leave him in there? Are they going to let him see? Does he have that kind of stuff? And if so, in the first couple of at bats, he saw these pitches in this sequence. Now we get the 3rd time around. Where does he go? You'll see this all the time. And we'll just take a guy like, I'll take Spencer Strider for the Atlanta Braves as an example. And the first time comes up against, we'll say, whatever team's number 3 hitter. You might see him start off with the hard stuff on the outer edge and then try to get him to chase the slider off the plate once he gets 2 strikes. He comes back on the 2nd at bat, and they may decide to switch it up a little bit. Let's pitch backwards. Let's start him off with the slider, and when we get that 1 strike on him, then we're going to try to pump a fastball by him on the outside. And now with 2 strikes, I can go a number of different ways, because now you're really guessing. Is he going to go to the slider to me again on the outside? Because that's how I struck out the first time. But instead, this time, he comes in with some high heat, and it jams you, and it's a pop-up to second base. So you come up the 3rd time, and now the game's getting a little long in the tooth. And this at-bat's much more important than the at-bat in the 1st inning. Or at least it appears that way. And there's runners on 2nd and 3rd, and there's 2 outs, but there's a pretty decent hitter behind me, but I'm the guy. Is he going to pitch to me, or is he pitching around me and saying, I'll take my chances with the next guy? And if he is coming in at me, where does he go this time? He started off with the heat the first time. He's coming in with the soft stuff the second time to start me off. He got me to strike out with the slider in the first at bat. He got me to pop up with the fastball inside on the second at bat. Where's he going now? And that's the constant mental game. And if you're watching the game or listening to the game, that's going through not just your head, but everybody who's paying attention. And now today, with all the new, look, they got all the iPads in the dugout and whatnot. Remember when they took that away that one year because of the Red Sox cheating scandal? That was goofy. It's like you're going to punish the entire league because the Red Sox were using equipment that they shouldn't have used. I mean, let's just call it what it is, what they should have done all along. The Astros and the Red Sox both should have had their rings taken away from them. More so the Astros and the Red Sox. I think the Red Sox were doing some stuff that was in the gray area, we'll say. The Astros were definitely over the line. But I also believe if you're going to do it to one, you kind of have to do it to both. So, okay, things like that, things like Pete Rose, Shoeless Joe Jackson. This adds to why the game is the best. Because it's such a long history. This game has been played for so long, has been so prevalent in American society that it tells the story of this great nation. You can mark the time, you can mark the calendar by what was going on in Major League Baseball. Starting with just after the Civil War. So when we talk about baseball and you're like, well, still not convinced. More books have been written about this game than anything else. More content has been made about this game than anything else. Quality content. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of trashy clickbaits on football during football season. But I'm talking about over time. Real content. The best movies are baseball movies. There's not a football movie ever made, ever will be made, that could hold a candle to the top 10 or 15 baseball movies of all time. Just not. There's some really good football movies, but there are some fantastic baseball movies. There's some pretty good basketball movies, but very little there, very little of either one of those has ever made the movie good because of the actual content of the sport. With baseball, you can actually, it's more cinematic because you can get better angles and whatnot. But that's another reason why baseball is the best. You give me Field of Dreams. You give me 8 Men Out, Bull Durham, For Love of the Game. I don't want to rattle them all off because I feel like I'll leave one out. Any day of the week over any given Sunday. Or Remember the Titans. And those are good movies. The Longest Yard, the real one, not the goofy one with Adam Sandler and Chris Rock. The real one with Burt Reynolds. They're still not up to par. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more on why baseball is still America's pastime here on the Once Upon a Pastime series and the great stories that have unfolded because of this great game.
Yeah.
Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz into deep right field.
Touch the ball, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
This is
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding.
Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country HD. All right, welcome back. And talking about baseball, why it is America's game, America's pastime. Though we concede that football is America's passion at this point, baseball is still America's pastime. And though you're going to get folks who love football and don't like baseball and love baseball and don't like football, the ones that have embraced it, that understand the game, you can't convince them that any sports even holds a candle to it. And the reason being, man, it's the people. It's the stories. It's the yogiisms. It's the finding things out down the road that you never knew when they're telling stories. You hear the old timers tell some things and you're like, every time I hear one of these anecdotes, it's always, man, baseball's the best. I also believe that the people in the game routinely are the best. I think it's because the game does breathe, right? That more camaraderie is created in a baseball dugout than on a football field or on a basketball court or in a hockey rink. The camaraderie, and not that the camaraderie there should be scoffed at, but it's different in a baseball game and on a baseball team. I think about some of the stories that I've heard over the years, and I won't hit them all because we got things we got to do in this world, right? Other than talk about baseball, but I wish that weren't so. But I think about some of the stories that I've heard over the years. I've never heard anywhere close to the same kind of content with other sports. Yeah, I've heard some great stories here and there, but the sheer volume that baseball gives you. I'll start with, I don't know why this one always stuck out to me, but I was a kid listening to Don Drysdale talk to, I believe it was Joe Garagiola. I could have it wrong. But Don Drysdale, for folks who aren't familiar with him, pitched for the Dodgers. And Don Drysdale, at one point, was looked upon as one of the better pitchers in the game. He also became a television broadcaster, so he would tell stories. You know, the one thing I've never understood, and maybe it's just wasn't in his interest, why did, when he was in his prime, and I'm talking about your mental prime, right? When you're in your 40s to 50s to 60s, I'll even say into the 70s, and even if you're sharp enough into your 80s, because that's when you've got enough life experience where you actually have something I want to hear. I don't really care what a guy in his 20 or 30s, early 30s will say, by late 30s maybe, but I don't care what a guy in his 20s has to say That's why, look, it's pretty well known in the business, but getting player interviews, though it may feel like that you're getting this really cool thing that's going to happen, it's been known as a ratings killer. Because typically you're interviewing a young person who doesn't have a lot of experience, and they're going to give you, unless you're going to find someone who's going to have a meltdown and say the wrong thing, you're going to get a lot of cookie cutter answers. But you get a retired player who no longer gives a crap about what the reaction is. That's when it's money, right? So Don Drysdale, and just to kind of set the scene for you, he won the Cy Young in 1962. He was a 9-time All-Star, 3-time World Series champion. He was an LA Dodger from 1959. I'm sorry, he actually joined the Dodgers in 56 and pitched all the way to 69. So a very well thought of player, and also is in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. But he was telling a story, and forgive me, I don't remember who he was referring to that he was pitching against, and I don't even know if he said it, but I do remember the story of him talking about it was a hot day one day, and I'm almost positive he was referring to playing the Braves because I think the game was in Atlanta. And he said that he got the signal from the dugout that they wanted Drysdale to pitch around to go ahead and intentionally walk the guy at the plate, whoever it was. I don't believe it was Hank Aaron because I feel like I would remember that. So, but I'm pretty sure it was an Atlanta Brave. So this would have been late 60s towards the end of his career. So, okay. And he said, man, it was hot that day. And this is back before you could just put the 4 fingers in the air and send the guy down to first. And that is a really good thing that they did. I hated it at the time because I still like the fact that you could do some things on the base paths, but typically nothing ever got done on the base paths. And the 4 pitches, the intentional walk sent him down to first. I get it now. At the time I was digging in. But back then you had to throw the pitches. And he said, man, it's too hot. I'm not throwing 4 pitches. So he decided to hit the batter instead. And the story that he tells as he's yucking it up with Garagiola, pretty sure it was like the NBC game of the week kind of thing. I mean, they're going back and forth and he's sharing stories. Garagiola was a great listen. I feel like that's one thing that is missing in today's national broadcast. And I do love Smoltz, don't get me wrong on that. But we don't have the characters that we used to have in the booth doing color. John Smoltz has a great personality, and I think he does a very good job on the Fox games. I know a lot of Braves fans, they can take him or leave him because he has said things that have, you got to understand, he's not up there doing a Braves broadcast, he's doing a national broadcast. So there's going to be a different feeling to it. But when you get into the nuts and bolts of a great baseball broadcast, and maybe this is one of the reasons why the radio is better. It's not just the fact that they paint the picture, but they also tell the stories. Today's television broadcasters that they pick, there's no Joe Garagiola out there. And if you're not familiar with who he is, I'd say just down the road sometime, check out some of Garagiola's stuff. He was on NBC for a while. It was one of my favorite combos of all time was him and Vin Scully. They used to do the NBC Game of the Week. But there were always stories, and he was also very good at when they would have an extra person come in the booth to talk, he would drag the story out of the guy. Hey, I heard about this. Why don't you tell me that? There's no one better in the business than Bob Uecker. Bob Uecker will always be everybody's. He's just, Bob Uecker would have been a stand-up comedian if he didn't ever touch a baseball. Bob Uecker's just a funny SOB. And great one-liners. And you don't get these quotes. You don't have this quotable stuff that you do in others. Look, other sports, the game isn't slow enough. So you don't get these great quotes. You don't get, and not to mention, they're not there every day. So an everyday, day in, day out kind of thing, you're going to get more content. You're going to get just better quotes because you're going to get more. Look, there are a lot of quotes out there that aren't worth quoting, right? You know, this is a typical Bob Uecker thing. I won't go into the whole thing. We will be doing one where we're talking about Uecker. But this is a typical Bob Uecker quote. I signed a very modest $3,000 bonus with the Braves in Milwaukee. And my old man didn't even have that kind of money to put out at the time. So, you know, Bob Uecker, he was a Hall of Famer. No, he wasn't horrendous, but he made a living afterwards making sure that he was the butt of his jokes. And that's the kind of stuff that endeared him. You know, you see the social media stuff nowadays where every guy is, you know, I really think of the NBA, but you get a little bit in baseball as well and football, a lot in football, where they're all pounding their chest and trying to tell you how they're the best, they're the greatest, because they look at it as it's going to be a way to get paid one day. But the great thing about guys like Bob Uecker, they were sprinkled all over baseball. And they were okay with being the ones that you laughed at. Remember, this guy ends up being a Mr. Belvedere. He ends up being in one of the most popular baseball movies of all time, the Major League Series. Who doesn't love that line? Just a bit outside, right? He had another great quote where he said, where people were asking him, because he was catching Necro, he said, how do you catch a knuckleball? He said, it's easy. You just wait till it stops rolling and then you go and pick it up. So, you know, these are the great things, and you don't get this in any other sport. And the perspectives that you get from folks, they go on and on and on. We've got the one clip that we play, and it's the old manager from the Boston Braves, the 1914 Miracle Braves. And the old manager, years later, is dying on his deathbed. They ask him, there was a fan that come to see him and asked him, you know, what's killing you? Now, of course, I'm sure it's been revised, but that's what they do. They write it differently, make it funnier. But the famous line is, what's killing you? And they're talking about, you know, he's on his deathbed. He's dying of something. I want to say he had tuberculosis, but I could be wrong on that. But he says, you know, what's killing you? And he just his eyes were closed. He opens them up real quick. He said, bases on balls. It's a great line. Who the hell knows if it's true? But it's a great line. And I am much more likely to be drawn to the funny quotes in the history of baseball than you give me some coined phrase that people like to pound the table from Vince Lombardi. it's more entertaining. And really, when you talk about baseball, you talk about football, you talk about basketball, whatever sport you're talking about, it's still a show. It's just a show. It's there to entertain you. It's fun. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to get your mind off of other things. And that's why the game is great. You look at some of the things that when you go through the history of baseball, the bottom line is, along with the strategy and along with, the food in the stands. Who doesn't love a good hot dog or some cotton candy, a cold beer, a crisp soda, whatever your food of choice is at a baseball game? I'll take football tailgating over most, because you normally don't spend a lot of time in the parking lots at a baseball game. You do if it's a big playoff series or whatnot, but so I will concede the food to a football game if you're tailgating, right? Or if you're having a watching party or whatnot. But the food at a baseball game's immaculate. There's something about the game that lends itself to sitting there, getting yourself a little plate of nachos or some popcorn, and slowly just watching the game and eating and enjoying life. But you look at some of the great games in this world, baseball to me, it still tops it all. There was a great quote by Bill Clem, the old umpire, and and the story goes, guy standing at the plate, and he looks and he gets mad at the call from the ump, and then the catcher gets mad at the next pitch. So they thought one was a ball, they thought one was a strike. And this goes on for a good duration of the game. And one of the managers came out to raise Cain about it. And he kept saying over and over again, that's a ball. That's a ball. You have to call it a ball. That is a ball. And Clem's response was, it ain't nothing until I call it. So Humphrey Bogart, one of the great actors in all of Hollywood history, right? He's seen it all. I love this line that he gave one time. A hot dog at the old ball game beats roast beef at the Ritz. And though we use it in a lot of things, it was Frank Robinson of the Orioles that coined the phrase, close doesn't count in baseball. Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. It ain't over till it's over. That was Yogi Berra. Leo DeRocher, tell me this isn't a great line. I mean, a fabulous line. Baseball is a lot like church. Many attend, but few understand. Another great one. It's been attributed to a couple of folks, so we'll just leave it at that. But whoever wants to know the heart and mind of the American people had better learn baseball. There are really only two seasons, winter and baseball. You know, there was back in World War II, and in World War One. But there's a bit of a famous movie that puts it into light in World War II. They used to make sure that you weren't a spy. They would ask you random baseball questions, and you better know the answer. You better know the answer. If they thought that there was a German spy and they started rattling off questions about the New York Yankees, who everybody followed back then, they were literally America's team. They were so dominant. I'm not saying everybody was a fan, but everybody knew who they were. And they would rattle off questions about the New York Yankees. You know, who's the center fielder for the New York Yankees? Who's doing this? Who's doing that? That kind of thing. If you didn't know the answer, you'd be in some big trouble. I think my favorite quote that's ever been said about baseball, now this isn't funny, this is just, it's one of those reflective ones, and it's been credited to the great Rogers Hornsby, who, by the way, was so fanatical about his eyesight and wanting to make sure that he didn't harm his eyesight. Rogers Hornsby refused to go to the movie theater back then. This is in the 1920s. This is even a little before, obviously, but before the talkies. Because he thought, and probably with good reason, that the flickering that you would get in those old theaters would affect his eyesight. You couldn't get him to do it. You couldn't get him to partake in spirits, alcohol, anything that he thought was going to hurt his batting average. And he was one of the greatest ever. But he was asked one time, because a lot of players back then didn't make enough money for the entire season. Now, some of the stars like Rogers Hornsby did, but even still, a lot of them would go. Even Babe Ruth was known to go and work during the off season. Babe Ruth was famously known for chopping wood of his neighbors and whatnot and helping out around during the wintertime. And he did it to stay in shape. I know people might laugh about that when they see pictures of Babe Ruth, but I guess it could have been a lot worse, right? Especially late in his career. The thing is, we see more pictures of Babe Ruth and video of Babe Ruth at the end of his career. Babe Ruth, when he was in his prime, he was just a dude that could bring it. He was never a stick, but he's just a guy with a big, wide back, strong guy that during the offseason chopped a lot of wood. But the quote by Hornsby says, people ask me what I do in the winter when there's no baseball. I'll tell you what I do. I stare out the window and I wait for spring. I put that up on my Facebook. What do they call it? Cover photo. And I put that up there the day after the World Series and leave it up there until spring training every single year. I've been doing it. It's just a tradition for me. I do it every single year. I don't remember how far that goes back. It's at least a decade. And so I'll give you one from Hank Aaron. My motto was always to keep swinging. Whether I was in a slump or feeling badly or having trouble off the field, the only thing I knew to do was to keep swinging. That's a, you know, that reminds me of is when they talk about the great shooters in the NBA. have no conscience, have no memory, meaning whether they're hot or whether they're cold, they're going to keep shooting because it's worked in the past. And look, that's Hank Aaron, the all-time home run leader. 755 is real, 762 is not. Every great batter works on the theory that the pitcher is more afraid of him than he is of the pitcher. And that comes from the great Ty Cobb. It's interesting. It's an interesting mindset, basically saying, you wish I wasn't up here right now. I'm not worried because I have to face Walter Johnson. Walter Johnson is worried that he has to face Ty Cobb. That's the mindset. Whether either side is true, that's the mindset. Someone once asked Mickey Mantle if he ever goes up to home plate trying to hit a home run. He said, I sure do. And they said, when? He said, every single time. But this game is it's sprinkled with the best. It's just the best. The quotes, the movies, the people, and the seasons. The seasons make this game the best. More than anything else, if your team won a championship, and I'm not talking about if you're a Yankees fan in the 40s and 50s where they won it every single year and that had to have gotten mundane at one point. I don't believe that that's good for today's baseball or any sport. One dominant team. I think it's always good to have. It's always great to have a team that's going to be up there fighting for it every year, but you don't want that run. But look, in the 90s, when the Braves won 14 consecutive divisions, that was really good for the game. It probably would have been better for the game had they won more than the one championship. But the 4 championships in a row that the Yankees won, what was that? 98, 99, 2000, 2001. No, I'm sorry, 3 in a row. They won 4 out of 5. It was 96, 98, 99, 2000. Of course, 2001 was the famous Luis Gonzalez walk-off. But that was very good for baseball as well. And it was also great that there were years that they didn't get it. But what's great about a game like baseball, and I'll just go back to the 2021 season of the Atlanta Braves. Watching those games, doing those games, and you watched it unfold. It's not just, I didn't just watch. I wasn't the only one that witnessed it. It was really cool to see it through the eyes of folks who were watching along with our broadcast. And they were celebrating. I mean, that was a fun night. We won the championship. I left the chat open. And folks just celebrated. And I had a blast just reading all their celebration chats. In fact, there were fans from other teams you wouldn't expect to be in there. They were congratulating Braves fans. And you may say, well, we didn't do anything. Yeah, we did. We stuck through it thick and thin. So yeah, we did. Especially if you're talking to someone who hadn't seen them win a championship since 1995. Yeah, they did. That fan did something. They were there for them. They bought their shirts. They bought their jerseys. Even the fans that might have disappeared for a minute but came back because they were excited the team was good again. Remember, there was a tough stretch there in the mid 2016 to 20, I guess from 2014, 2015-ish through the 2000s, just before 18, before the run started again. So we'll say 2015, 16, and 17. Those are some lean years. So yeah, you did do something. But the whole thing about that is because the season is so long and so grinding and so many ups and downs, you're going to lose 50 to 60 games, even if you're one of the best teams ever. That Braves team lost over 80 games, not counting postseason. And then they put it together, and you saw this roller coaster take off. So when your team wins it, no matter who you're a fan of, if you're a Dodgers fan, you haven't seen a real world championship since 88. If you're a Mets fan, you haven't seen it since, 86. If you're a Astros fan and you saw it last year, but you felt like that was really your first one because everyone keeps slamming you for the 2017 trash can incident, which, by the way, had nothing to do with the Astros fans. That was the players wearing the uniforms. Isn't it funny how Mike Fiers got shadow banned over all that? I mean, you didn't see him anywhere. He got lifted. I saw a thing on him the other days. He ended up in the Mexican Baseball League. But the entire crescendo that it takes a day in and day out when your team does win it all. That's why baseball is the best. Even if they fall short at the end of the season, I always say to myself, yeah, but man, they gave me some good days. They gave me some really good days. And the one thing I can count on baseball, the one thing I can count on for my Atlanta Braves is that every day they're there, 7:20 first pitch, which of course varies from day and time if it's a road game, etc. But 7:20 first pitch, I know they're there. Every Sunday afternoon, 1:35. And you can spend your entire summer with them, and you get to know the guys that play, that run the team, the whole 9 yards, and they become endearing to you. So you're not just pulling for a jersey like you may be when you watch a college football game. Watch a college football game, you don't know a whole lot about the backstories most of those guys playing the field. You're just like, well, I've always pulled for this team, and I'm pulling for my community usually, or where I went to school. NFL, you get to know them a little bit. But Major League Baseball, you get to know these guys day in and day out, so they become a part of an extended family. And much like our YouTube channel, Braves Country HD, it feels more and more like an extended family every single day. The more folks that come in and chat, I get more of a kick out of that than anything else. Braves get a good win. That's great. Love covering the team, love watching the team, love bringing it to everybody, bringing it to people who can't get it. But what really brings a smile to my face is the folks interacting with each other and having just a great time. All right, that'll do it for us today. This was part of the Once Upon a Pastime series here on Braves Country Baseball. And we will see you next time. Go Braves! More importantly, go baseball.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love, and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. If somewhere in the favored land the sun is shining bright, The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light, and somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, Braves Country. What is going down? Hope y'all are ready for another series. Saw a great tweet that one of the Braves guys retweeted, and it said it was coming from a Philly fan, but he put out the fact that our catcher's an all-star, our first baseman's an all-star, second base, third base, shortstop, right field, all all-stars. Our center fielder was the 2022 Rookie of the Year. By the way, he was also on the final ballot. That was left. And left field is on pace for 27 home runs. Talking about Eddie Rosario. That's not mentioning the fact that we've had some great contributions by Kevin Pillar. And our designated hitter role, which has been filled by Ozuna, is on pace for 31 home runs, both of them with OPSs over 800. And the tweet said, somebody needs to do something about this. It seems unfair to me. And then at the end, he makes the note that he is a Philly fan. So Atlanta is rocking and rolling. Of course, that picture that you see below me right there, that is an old picture of Dale Murphy and Bob Horner at the bat rack back in 78. And I've actually got one of those jerseys right now. It's in black and white, so you can't tell, but I ended up wearing my baby blue throwback one. But I still haven't found the one that I really wanted. When we went to the game, they didn't have it in my size. All they had was extreme, like big old buffalo size, or they had the little bitties. I want the little tiny baby blues of or 1980 baby blues is what I should say. Got a little brain twisted there. Of the Atlanta Braves, that's what I grew up on, was the baby blue Atlanta Braves. And I want either a Murphy. I would take a Horner. I love Chambliss as well. Claudell Washington was one of my favorites. But anyways, I want one of those that doesn't have the white sleeves as you see right here. But anyways, we move on from that. All right. Now, Atlanta Braves. They are going to be going into Cleveland I'm going to go ahead and change the screen so that we get a little better look on what's going on in the Braves today, because I'm going to change the camera view as well as I talk along here. All right, so we got Bryce Elder going on the mound, rookie of a all-star. And look, he'll be up for, I believe he would still, he would still qualify for Rookie of the Year too. And after what we just did to who would be the leader in the clubhouse, I think Yuri Perez just took a big hit, didn't he? Atlanta really put it on him. So you've got Bryce Elder coming into this game, 6-1 with a 2.44, 96 innings pitched, a 1.13 ERA, 79 strikeouts. And he is going up against Gavin Williams. Now, Gavin Williams has only pitched 12 2/3 innings, ERA 2.84, 0.7 whip. Pitched really well against Kansas City last week. That's Kansas City. Small sample size. He got banged around his first time out. So what is the real Gavin Williams? I do know this. He was highly thought of. And I guess I'm looking it up right now. I guess Bryce Elder is no longer considered a rookie. I would have thought that he would have been considered a rookie. I mean, what did he pitch in? He did do 54 innings. Okay, I was thinking he had less innings than that. So I guess he's not up for Rookie of the Year. So that's my bad. Said that I'm looking at it right now on Baseball References. He exceeded rookie limits during the 2022 season. So just past that. I mean, that's a shame, because I view him as a rookie because he didn't come on until the tail end of the year last year. Pitched well, but then we didn't even. I mean, good God, what were we doing leaving him out of the rotation there at the end? But anyways, we go to Gavin Williams. And the thing about Williams is top prospect. I have only seen video of him. I've not watched an actual game of his. I try to watch these guys before we play them just so I get an idea what to expect. I have not gone back and seen his game yet. And I might try to catch like a condensed version right before first pitch. But Williams, look, when you look at what he's done so far, he's 23 years old. He's almost 24, so he's not a young rookie. So I don't think he's going to be as starry-eyed as you would hope most rookies would be. I also feel like that he is, from what I saw of him, he throws the ball hard. He's got 10 strikeouts and 12 2/3. The thing that impresses me is the 0.71 whip. That means that folks aren't picking up on him. He's from Fayetteville, North Carolina, by the way. He's a Carolina guy, went to college at East Carolina. And I do know ECU has had some pretty good college baseball teams in recent memory, so I'm assuming that he was a part of one of those. And he was drafted, let's see, I believe he was a high draft. Was he drafted by the Tampa? No, it was later in the draft, but was drafted by the Rays. Well, that tells you right there he's probably a damn good pitcher. Drafted by the Rays in the 30th round in the 2017 draft. And okay, it's been updated. I thought that sounded odd because I thought I kept hearing that he was a first round. He was drafted in 2017, but then drafted again by the Cleveland then Indians in the 2021 draft. This is right before they changed the name to the Guardians. So he was drafted by Cleveland in the first round. All right, that makes sense. So I guess what happened is he was drafted out of high school in the 30th round, and they have the option to turn that down. He turned it down. He said, 30th round, not good enough for me. I'm going to go ahead and see what I can do at ECU. Went to ECU for a few years. By the time he came out in the 2021 draft, he was drafted 23rd overall in the first round. So there's his backstory, and I'll be excited to see what he's got tonight. But until I see him pitch, I don't know what to expect. What I do expect from our guy Bryce Elder, I expect a situation where he's going to go out and pitch well. Cleveland's bats are not the most explosive bats. The other thing that I will put into here as well, Cleveland played a late game last night. I was tweeting about this last night, but Cleveland played a late game last night. And so they went to extra innings on a Sunday where you normally play early. I believe it was weather-based. They didn't have the game start till around 6 o'clock. They didn't want to have to go back to Chicago because now that everyone only plays each other once a year, a lot of times, you're not going back to the stadium. And it's kind of a mess because you're like, all right, well, what's going to happen here? If we end up getting rained out, we'd have to stop over on a random day. Of course, Chicago and Cleveland aren't that far from each other, but still. So they played late last night. I was trying to search around. It looks like their plane got in mid-morning. Well, when I say mid-morning, we're talking about like 3 in the morning or so, which means they probably didn't get home, get to bed. Now, the one thing they do have the advantage of, they did get to sleep in their own beds last night, but you're looking at a team that is probably pretty tired. They went to extra innings. We should have the advantage today. Gavin Williams, I get it. He's supposed to have good stuff. Get past him. Cleveland's had to use quite a bit of their bullpen this weekend. Braves have not, because of the domination that they put on Miami. Elder hopefully goes out there and gives us 6 or 7 strong against one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. And Atlanta, by the way, I was looking at this today. This is a rankings system that has been developed by teamrankings.com. Atlanta's ranked number 1 in baseball right now. Number 1 in baseball, just over Tampa Bay, which we now have 3 less losses than Tampa Bay. I can't get into the weeds sometimes when they've played so many more games than us about where we are as far as in the standings per se. We are 3 in front of them on the loss column. That's huge. And if we can go out there and win the series against Tampa Bay this weekend, that's going to be even bigger, because then you'll have the tiebreaker if it comes down to that down the road. We have a pretty healthy lead over the Dodgers in Houston, who are ranked 3rd and 4th. This according to these rankings. So, and they take a lot of things, basically win projection, all that kind of stuff. So that's pretty interesting stuff right there. But as far as statistical and whatnot, and I do think that you got to take that into consideration. Most runs scored, and I get it. Not everybody's played in the same amount of games, but we're not going to get into all that. Most runs scored were the Braves are sitting 3rd in baseball. Only Texas and Tampa, who have played a few more games than the Braves, have scored more. Texas, by the way, they've scored 24 more runs than Atlanta, and they've only played 1 more game. And that is incredible, because I think we put up a lot of runs. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, the Guardians are 27th in baseball, just below the team we just swept, the Miami Marlins. Not too far below the team we swept before that, the Minnesota Twins. So this is the third series in a row that we will have played three of the worst offenses in baseball. Marlins and Guardians rank in the bottom five. The only teams worse offensively than the Guardians and the Marlins: Tigers, Royals, and A's. The Twins, by the way, they're ranked 22nd. When we come out of the All-Star break, our first series against the White Sox, they're ranked 21st. So we're kind of getting some softer offenses here. We expected to get more of a pushback on that pitching staff from the Marlins, but we really got to Alcantara. Is basically one inning that fell apart with him. And of course, Perez, man, he just, I don't know. I don't know if the bright lights, big city thing was too much for him. I don't know why he didn't have his stuff. I've seen him pitch a few times. Perez has much better stuff than what it looked like. He couldn't hit the zone. He was all over the place. But, he's also 20. A guy like that, he'll be fine. But looking at the Braves going forward, we're in a pretty good shape. Pretty good. Pretty good. You're talking about we're going to play the White Sox out of the break. We're playing the Guardians now this weekend. So we get the day off before the Tampa series. I love that because we're going to be able to rest whoever we need to rest out of the bullpen. Because Tampa has the second best offense in baseball. We have the third. Probably be a high-scoring series. As far as pitching goes, here's the tail of the tape. Team ERAs. Where's everybody ranked? Atlanta's third. By the way, we're the only team that's top three in both. Tampa is fifth, so Tampa's no slouch. I will say this, the Sierra numbers and some of the expectations is pointed to the Braves bullpen being elite and Tampa's not. So we'll see what happens this weekend. But what it's basically saying is that, I don't want to call it lucky, but the Rays have been right place, right time with their bullpen so far. But we'll get into that on Thursday and Friday's edition, going into the Tampa series. Right now, the Guardians, their team ERA is number 6 in all of baseball. So they win a lot of games. They're coming into today, game under 500? They win a lot of games, low-scoring affairs. I kind of akin this, if you want to put this in football terms, if we can make this a high-scoring affair, they don't have the firepower to hang with us in a 3-game series. But if we let them play smash mouth and we come out with quiet bats and let them do their thing, they have a very good bullpen as well. That's how Cleveland tries to get you. They do have some guys in that lineup that you can't sneeze at. But I really feel like that there's just a couple of guys that you need to make sure they don't beat you. And if they don't beat you, we're going to be in pretty good shape. Number 1 with the bullet, the guy that you need to pay attention to more than anything else, Jose Ramirez. Joe Ram, JR, whatever you want to call him. Jose Ramirez is a perennial all-star. And he is a switch-hitting, power-hitting third baseman. A lot of Braves fans are aware of him because in years past, he's been rumored to at one point being traded to Atlanta. I always thought that was nonsense. But I'll tell you what, Cleveland got a deal with him. They ended up locking him up long-term on a very team-friendly deal. I don't know how they convinced him, but they convinced him. So he's a guy still in his prime, 30 years old, heck of a third baseman. Stole home last week. And he's just a very good player. We're going to have to navigate around. That's my key to the series is if we can put runs up and stay away from the bat of Ramirez, we should be in pretty good shape. Now, they've got some good players. Stephen Kwan, our old friend, remember Josh Bell played for Washington for so long? He is their designated hitter, another switch hitting power hitter. But they don't have a lineup, an offense that really worries you. They do have arguably the best closer in baseball in Emmanuel Clase. This guy's stuff is electric. He's got a little higher ERA than expected, but he's gone out. He's basically just had a couple of rough outings, but all in all, he's still elite. He's got 24 saves. He does have a 3.4 ERA, but you know how these relievers are. If they go out and have one or two bad outings the entire year, it can just make your ERA balloon because you're only used so sparingly. It's really hard to get those back down. But if you watch him and you sit, man, his stuff is electric. He gave up. Now here's the good news. He pitched an inning last night, gave up 4 runs. They may rush him back out there tonight. But the inning, 4 runs, that was last night's game. Before that, he had not pitched since Thursday and then Tuesday. So he didn't get a situation because the Cubs, I believe the Cubs won the first 2 games of that series, but I do know that at least one of them was a blowout. But he was only used once over the weekend, so he should be available if they have the lead for at least 2 games in this series, depending when those games take place. But he did give up 4 runs. Before that, his ERA was below 3. And let me see when was the last time he got tagged. So this guy in April only had 2 appearances, right? In May, he had a 2.03 ERA. Only gave up runs 2 times and looked like he gave 15 appearances, somewhere in that neighborhood. In June, he gave up a 4.97 ERA, so a little lower. I'm sorry, May. I've got that backwards. May 4.97 ERA and gave up a total of 7 runs over 12 innings. So and he got tagged a couple of times. Here's what it was. In June, his ERA was 0.77. He went out there on the mound, looks like about a dozen times. He gave up an earned run 1 time to Kansas City. Gave up 4 runs last time. So there's kind of a trend there that they might give him a few days off to just try to, and hopefully we dodge him. It'd be great because he is by far looked upon as one of, if not the best closer in baseball. So there you have that. Tonight, my pick to click with the kid on the mound, Gavin Williams, and kind of a hitter-friendly ballpark there in Cleveland. I wouldn't call it a small ballpark. Give me I'm going to go ahead and take let me see. See, he's a lefty. I'm sorry, he's a righty. Oh man. Let's go with Olsen. Pick to click Olsen. Now, if I was going to go with the pitcher, yeah, you know what? Let's scratch that. I don't do pitchers a whole lot. My pick to click's going to be Bryce Elder, newly sent into the All-Star game. Give me Bryce Elder. He's going to give us a quality start. He's going to get the W. I think he's going to go out there and pitch 6 to 7 strong. I think he'll give up 2 runs or less against this Cleveland ball club and really go out there and shine in what could be, depending on how they decide to do it, it could be his last start before the All-Star break. Now, I hope that he ends up pitching the third game of the series, but you never know how they decide to do it because they may decide to give him rest. Because the kid's going to want to go to the All-Star game. I mean, he doesn't know how many times he'll ever be invited back. Right now, it looks like his whole career could be at the All-Star game, but things change all the time. All right, let's take a quick break. Be back in a flash here. Make sure to like and subscribe today. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Leading off for your visiting Atlanta Braves, Ronald Acuna Jr. In right field, 21 home runs on the year, 54 RBI, 39 stolen bases, and a .336 average. Ozzie Albies, batting second, playing second. 20 home runs, 59 RBI, 6 stolen bases, and a .259 average. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, coming in batting .270 on the year with 43 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and 15 home runs. Batting cleanup, the first baseman, Matt Olson, 28 home runs on the year, leading the National League, 68 RBI, 1 stolen base, and a .252 average. Sean Murphy, batting fifth and behind the plate, 14 homers, 48 RBI, and a .295 average. Marcell Ozuna, the designated hitter, 16 home runs, 39 RBI, and a .251 average. Eddie Rosario, in left field, batting seventh, 14 homers, 40 RBI, a stolen base, and .263 on the year. Orlando Arcia, batting eighth, a .296 clip, 7 home runs, 1 stolen base, and 28 RBI. And Michael Harris II will be patrolling center field. 7 homers, 22 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .263. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, also heading to the All-Star game, Bryce Elder, 6-1 with a 2.44 ERA, 96 innings pitched, 79 strikeouts, 80 hits allowed, 28 walks, and 8 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with the rookie, Gavin Williams. He's got an ERA of 2.84, .71 whip, 12 2/3 innings pitched, 10 strikeouts, 5 hits allowed, 4 walks, and a home run given up. Heading to the plate in the bottom of the first inning for the hometown Cleveland Guardians, Stephen Kwan is out in left field, leading off with 2 home runs, 25 RBI, 13 stolen bases, and a .261 average. Rosario, former New York Met prospect, batting second and playing short, 1 home run, 26 RBI, 8 stolen bases, and a .259 average. Jose Ramirez, batting third, playing third, 13 homers, 52 RBI, 9 stolen bases, and a .293 average. Naylor is batting cleanup and playing first, 10 homers, 60 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .301. Jimenez is at second base tonight with 6 homers, 31 RBI, 10 stolen bases, and a .246 average. Josh Bell, the former Washington National, 8 homers, 38 RBI, a .228 average. He's the designated hitter. Brennan is in right field with 5 homers, 26 RBI, batting .273 and 6 stolen bases. Straw will be in center field, 13 RBI, 10 stolen bases, batting .239 on the year. And Naylor will be behind home plate through 36 at-bats. He has 1 home run, 2 RBI, and a .167 average. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate will be Brian Honora. The first base umpire, Pat Hoberg. Second base umpire, Nestor Seja. And then down the third base line, it's Edwin Jimenez. First pitch temperature is expected to be in the mid-70s with a 50% chance of rain during the game. The wind around 10 miles an hour. Atlanta comes in minus 145 on the money line. Over under is 8.5. Your Atlanta Braves 56-27 on the year, 28-12 on the road. Cleveland 41-42, 20-19 at home. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair on this extended 4th of July weekend. It's Braves versus Guardians. First game of a 3-game set. Get your game face on, Braves country. Good evening, Braves country. Harriet, I think I might have misunderstood your original message. Underwater's got it right on the head. In fact, we did a show last week about this. The worst of first was 1991. 1990, we came in last place. The Reds won the division. The Reds won the World Series that year, and we came back and made it to the World Series after being in last place. In fact, the Twins were also worst to first. So there you have that. It was the first and only time that worst to first met in the World Series. And we are just about set. The Guardians are in their all-white uniforms, Guardians across the chest. Gavin Williams is throwing his last few warm-up pitches here with a sunny day here in Cleveland, Ohio. Braves are coming out in their road unis. The Guardians head to toe in white with Guardians across the chest in red, blue caps, red bill, and a red C. The Braves in, I think, my favorite of their road unis, the gray pants with the navy blue top, Atlanta in red across the chest and the tomahawk underneath, all outlined in white. Numerals on the back outlined in white with red, and the names are in white across the back. And we're just about set as the shadows are creeping across in between home and the pitcher's mound, and it's baseball time in Braves country. Gavin Williams, the big right-hander, takes a fastball swung on, and that ball is lifted high in the sky, and it'll be a very playable, easy out for the center fielder, Miles Straw, for out number one. So 1 up, 1 down very quickly. That'll bring up Ozzie Albies to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Ozzie with the open stance. The pitch, the windup, lets it go and misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Williams. He looks in and deals. Swing, and that ball's lifted down the line, but foul. So a 1-1 count to Ozzie. The wind up the pitch. Swung on, and that ball's fouled back out of play. It's 1-2. See if we can get this. For whatever reason, here I'm gonna have to reset this. Give me 1 second. We'll get the scoreboard set up right. Braves nothing. Guardians nothing. I wonder how many times I'm going to refer to them as Indians in this series. The 1-2 pitch on the way to Williams. Off the plate wide, 2-2. Old habits are very hard to break. We all grew up with them being the Cleveland Indians. Of course, that changed a couple of years ago. The 2-2 pitch to Oz off the plate wide. It's now 3-2. Yeah, so to elaborate on that, Harriet, the 91 team went to 7 games as the 3-2 pitch misses wide, ball 4. And it's a 1-out walk to the Oz. So good at bat by Ozzie. Works himself aboard. 1 on, 1 out. And here comes the rake, Austin Riley. Austin Riley, now with 15 home runs on the year, 43 RBI, a 792 OPS, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is right there at the knees, 96, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Home plate umpire tonight is Brian O'Hare, in case you missed the pregame. I don't know if I've ever caught a game of O'Hara's, so this will be an experience. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit up the middle. Soft grounder, and it's going to be a 4-6-3 double play. That'll end the inning. Cleveland will come to the plate when we come back.
Smoking, that's another one. Try to stop smoking. That's a beauty, huh? Well, with cigarettes, my wife and I, we made a deal, my wife and I. We only smoke after sex. I got the same pack now since 1975. What bothers me is my wife. She's up to 3 packs a day.
Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and hit high and deep down the right field line. Is it fair? Is it? It is gone, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, zip-boo, bam, a 3-run shot by Eddie Rosario. That thing looked like it was curving foul. Eddie Rosario makes it 4-1 Atlanta.
Today we are talking about one of the worst offensive teams ever to win a World Series, the 1906 Chicago White Sox. The team owned the league's worst batting average and only hit 7 home runs the entire season. Only 3 of their everyday starters had a batting average over 250. Out of the 7 home runs they hit that season, Billy Sullivan and Fielder Jones accounted for more than half of them with 2 apiece. During a 3-week stretch in August, they went 19-0, while the other 3 teams ahead of them had a losing record during that same stretch. No one in the press dared pick the White Sox to beat the Cubs. Through the first 4 games of the World Series, the White Sox had 6 runs, 11 hits, and an embarrassing 0.97 batting average. Despite this, the series was still tied at 2. Game 5 would turn the series when the White Sox took advantage of an overflow crowd. Back then, when balls hopped over the roped-off crowd, they were considered doubles. The White Sox had 8 doubles in the game and won 8-6. In the last 2 games of the series, the White Sox would finally break through offensively with 16 runs and close out the biggest upset in World Series history.
Baseball is the very symbol, the outward and visible expression of the drive and push and rush and struggle of the raging, tearing, booming 19th century. Mark Twain.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. Cleveland Guardians first pitch over to Quan. Is it called for a strike? And it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch quickly back to work. Elder lets it fly just outside for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Elder. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Bryce Elder heading to his first All-Star game. Him and 7 other Braves. Could be more by the end of the week. Certain players will bail out. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get dumped into center field. On for a leadoff single. Stephen Kwan. 1 on, nobody out. Last night, the Cleveland Guardians played a late game, unusual for a Sunday night game because they were not scheduled originally to play that late. It had to do with the weather in the Chicago area, so they got in late. The hope is they didn't get a lot of sleep, right? In fact, the Braves beat the Guardians to Cleveland. First pitch on the way to Rosario is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Ahmed Rosario, 259 on the year. 1 home run, 26 RBI. The wind up to pitch, and it's outside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 from Elder. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball's lifted up. Pop up. Easy can of corn for Mr. Matt Olson. Makes the catch in between the pitcher's mound and first base, and there's 1 away. So 1 down and 1 on. I think we got the scoreboard straightened out. Apologize for the trying to chew gum and walk at the same time, basically. The first pitch on the way to Jose Ramirez is swung on. He's going to drop it towards left field. Making the catch on the run is Eddie Rosario, and there's 2 away. Big out there. Jose Ramirez, by far the most explosive batter in their lineup. Perennial all-star, and quite a few times been up there near the MVP voting for the American League. That'll bring on we'll call him Naylor number 1, I guess. Josh Naylor, first baseman. His brother Bo is the hind catcher, and he is in the lineup again as well tonight for Cleveland. First pitch on the way to Josh is down and in. It's 1-0. Josh 301 average, 10 home runs, 60 RBI. So what's funny about that, if I did not know that they were both on the same team, and it was the same, it was two different guys. The first time I came across it, I saw one bat. I saw the other one bat, I don't know, 2 days later, as the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, 2-0. I'll have to see if it's still like that. But one of them is much heavier than the other one. And I was like, my God, he's put on weight in the last week. I didn't realize it was two different guys. It wasn't a game I was doing. It was just a game I was watching from afar. The 2-0. 1 on, 2 out. The pitch in the dirt, 3-0. The Elder having a little bit of a trouble finding the zone early on. Sun, strange how they've built this stadium. The sun is setting in the eyes of the pitcher. You don't see that a whole lot. The shadows are starting to creep across the mound. The 3-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's tapped foul off the plate. It's 3-1. The 3-1. The windup lets it go down below the knees. Ball 4. So a 2-out walk with 1 on already. You got runners now on first and second and 2 away. That'll bring Jimenez to the plate. Jimenez batting from the left side, 246 hitter. 6 homers, 31 RBI, a 697 OPS, excuse me. First pitch on the way is down below the knees, 1-0. Braves nothing, Cleveland nothing. Bottom of the first inning here in Cleveland, Ohio. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball is lifted over towards right field. Making the catch on the fly is Ronald Acuna Jr., and that'll end the inning. So Cleveland threatens but fails to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Yo. Huh? Let me ask you a question. Where do you guys get those hats with the bills over the ears like that? The only ones I could find are the ones with the bills in the front.
No, it's the same. Just turn it sideways on your head.
Thanks.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country Baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. With $800 borrowed from his mother, he opened a sporting goods business. Soon he was manufacturing all the baseballs used in the National League. He then began making bats and uniforms, managing to persuade club owners that each position should have its own distinctive garb. The result was chaos. The team looked like a Dutch bed of tulips, a Chicago sports writer said, and the experiment was quickly abandoned.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there, first strike. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, first look at Gavin Williams. Gavin Williams, 6'6", 250-pound, 23-year-old. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95, right in his kitchen. It's 0-2. Gavin Williams has made 2 starts so far. The first against Oakland, who jumped all over him, 5 2/3 and 4 earned runs. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. His second outing, 7 innings, no earned runs, and 6 strikeouts. That was against Kansas City. The 1-2 pitch. Williams lets it go. Swing and fouls it down the line. 95 miles an hour. 1-2. Kind of a light slate for Major League Baseball today. You'll have a full slate tomorrow with 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to everybody. Happy Independence Day. The 2-2 pitch. Swing. 1-2 pitch, excuse me. In the dirt, it's 2-2. The 2-2 on the way. Swung on and fouled down the line. 96 on the outer edge. Do it again. 2-2. They set up inside. The 2-2 to Olson. High and inside. Close shave, 97 miles an hour, just under the chin, 3-2. So a full count to Olson, the leadoff hitter here in the second inning. On deck is Murphy. The wind up to throw. Off the plate, wide, ball 4. And Olson will head down to first. 1 on, nobody out. Good take by Olson. Good at bat by Olson. A couple of those pitchers are right there around the zone. Williams throws just a very easy fastball that comes out of his hand. I mean, he's just got very smooth delivery. The first pitch on the way to Murph is just off the plate wide. It's 1-0, 95. Sean Murphy, or is more affectionately known as Smurf around these parts, 295, 14 home runs. He's headed to the All-Star game as a starter. The 1-0. Off the plate, 96, 2-0. It'll be him, Acuna, and Orlando Arcia, starters in this year's All-Star game. We'll have 8 altogether. Spencer Strider's heading there. Tonight's starter, Bryce Elder's heading there. Riley, Olson, Ozzie, the 2-0 pitch. Just caught the edge, 2-1. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Good pitch by Williams. So he's definitely trying to paint the outside corners. That could run his pitch count up. We'll see how it works out. He had a quick first inning. The 2-1. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. 96. Just off the plate, it's 2-2. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. In the hole is Eddie Rosario. The Miami Marlins are in action tonight. They are playing the St. Louis Cardinals. We'll keep you updated on that as we go along. The 2-2 pitch to Murph. Williams lets it go. 97. Got squeezed on that one a bit. Full count, 3-2. Looked like it might have hit the top of the zone, but home plate umpire Harris so far has not called a very wide zone. The 3-2 to Murph. Swung on a miss, strike 3. 96, blew it right by him. Home plate umpire Brian O'Hara said that he got a foul tip. Any way you look at it, it's a strikeout, and there's one away. One down. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. Ozuna batting .251 on the year, 16 home runs, 39 RBI, and 820 OPS. The first pitch to Marcell is an off-speed right on the outer edge. Just kissed the block. It's 0-1. Ozuna didn't like it. He's got that wry grin that he gets when he gets a call he doesn't like. Runner on first, one out. Righty-righty matchup. They set up high. Fastball swung on and popped up. Will it stay in play? No, it'll bend out of play. It's 0-2. Braves nothing. Guardians nothing. Top of the second inning. The 0-2 to Marcell. Kicks and pumps it. 96 on the edge. He's getting squeezed there. It's 1-2. Something Elder's going to have to keep an eye on and pay attention to. Evidently, O'Hara, especially to right-handed batters, does not give that outer edge. Now, he might be one of these umpires that gives it to you inside the 1-2 pitch. Swing and chopped over to second base. It was a slow roller, so second baseman Jimenez only had one play to get Ozuna at first. It'll be a 4-3 putout if you're scoring at home. There's two away. Olsen makes it down to second base. He's in scoring position with Eddie Rosario coming to the plate. Eddie Rosario batting .263. Eddie, of course, saw this stadium many a times in his career with Minnesota, division foes. The first pitch to Eddie is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Eddie, 40 RBI, an 812 OPS. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1 pitch swung on and just grounded softly over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 putout, and that'll end the second. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Watch with my chair!
Now, Cresslers is repairing it, and they're going to bring it right away.
Repairing it?
Yeah.
Somehow I get from that it got broke.
The Rocket City Trash Pandas threw a no-hitter but still lost the game 7-5. No, you heard that correctly. Let us explain. The Chattanooga Lookouts, who are the Cincinnati Reds AA team, were getting no hit and losing 3-0 in the 7th inning to the Trash Pandas, the Angels AA affiliate. And by the grace of the baseball gods, something magical ensued. After a pop-out, a strikeout, and 3 walks, the bases were loaded with 2 outs. Jacob Hurtubise walked to bring in the first run. Then Jose Torres hit a fly ball to center, and the center fielder completely whiffed on it. Next, 2 hitters are hit by a pitch to load the bases back up, and then they hit another to make it 5-3. Bases are still loaded. Serta walks to bring in another run to make it 6-3. Shortly after that, a wild pitch brings in the 7th run. The Lookouts never recorded a single hit. They wound up winning the game 7-5.
Mike Kelly was the trickiest player who ever handled a baseball. There was nothing he would not attempt. Baseball rules were never made for Kel.
The most popular and most notorious star of the 19th century was Michael Joseph King Kelly, the sure-handed catcher for the Chicago White Stockings. He was so skilled at stealing bases, he once stole 6 in a single game, that he inspired a popular song, Slide, Kelly, Slide. He sometimes cut across the diamond, skipping second altogether when the umpire was not looking. Kelly drank as hard as he competed. Once, A.G. Spaulding put Pinkerton detectives on his trail and accused him of having been in a saloon at 3 a.m. drinking lemonade. Kelly was indignant. It was straight whiskey, he said. I never drank a lemonade at that hour in my life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yeah, underwater. I remember that injury with Kellen Winslow Jr. Put a mark on his career early on. He never really got over it. The first pitch on the way to Bell is swung on and grounded straight over to second. It's a hard hit ball, but right at Ozzie Albies, and the former National is down on one pitch. There's one away. Josh Bell played for the Nationals till last year. He was a part of that big trade that sent Juan Soto and company out to the Padres. Bell was a free agent at the end of the year, signed on with Cleveland. First pitch on the way from Elder to Brennan is outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Will Brennan, 273 average, 5 home runs, 26 RBI, a 711 OPS. The 1-0 pitch misses high, 2-0. The 2-0 pitch swung on, grounded hard, two-hopper right into the glove of Ozzie. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout for out number 2. So 2 down, Miles Straw come to the plate. Highly thought of youngster, center fielder for the Guardians. The first pitch on the way, 89 miles an hour, sinker just in. They're going to call that a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, and that ball's lifted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Rosario cuts it off and then falls straight on his wallet, which will put Straw at second. Rosario, hopefully he's okay. He slipped and he just busted it. Limping around. I wonder if they'll go out there and check on him or if he's waved him off already. Went to put on the brakes to throw it into the infield, and he just slipped him. The ground came out from under him. Might be a situation where he's needs to wear some longer spikes. So that'll bring up the younger Naylor, Bo Naylor, to the plate. Hind catcher takes the first pitch down and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Bo Naylor, 167 average, 1 home run, 2 RBI. Brother of the first baseman for Cleveland tonight. The 1-0 swung on and fouled, rifled backwards. It's 1-1. Yeah, I see why I had that reaction now, because Bo is quite a bit thinner than Josh. I wouldn't call Josh like he's not necessarily heavy set, but he's kind of husky. And Bo is a lot thinner. The 1-1 pitch gets away from Murphy, rolls away, and Straw makes it down to third. So with 2 outs, they got a runner 90 feet away. It's a check swing at the plate. Took me a second to figure out he did not touch. I thought he had touched it with his bat, but he did not. Just kicked away from the chest protector from Murphy. So the go-ahead run sits on third. 2 outs. The 2-1 pitch, swing, and pops it up. Should be playable. First time we'll call Orlando Arcia's name. He'll make the catch, and he'll lead off when we get back.
Stop Bears. Stop Bears.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves, to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
you don't slap me for telling jokes. That's unacceptable. And the thing is, Will, I love him, but he was, the happy-go-lucky before the slap, and nobody saw that coming, which was weird. 50 Cent have been going ham on Jada. He didn't slap 50 Cent. He slapped 50 pounds. Chris Rock can't defend himself. His hands don't even make fists. You ever see them little hands? He got like little back scratches.
Armchair.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding. He had been the finest pitcher of the 1870s. He learned his baseball from Harry Wright, who had paid him $1,500 a year to pitch for the Boston Red Stockings. In 1876, he left Boston for Chicago, lured by William Hulbert's offer of a $500 raise and 25% of the gate. But Spaulding had still bigger things in mind. At age 27, he stopped pitching entirely to become a full-time promoter of baseball and himself.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Orlando Arcia steps to the plate. First pitch swinging, and he dribbles one over to short. Rosario's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout for out number one. Williams starting here in the third inning. Started off with 29 pitches thrown. So that first pitch out was much needed. That'll bring Michael Harris II to the plate. Harris, first plate appearance. He's batting .263 with 7 homers, 22 RBI. First pitch to Harris is 95 right down the pipe. It's 0-1. Harris OPS of .734. The 0-1 pitch. Downstairs. Well, Harris going to call that a ball. I guess it's 1-0. Or 1-1, excuse me. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted high and deep. It's going back on the track. Over the wall, baby. Jackpot. He'll take the grand tour. Michael Harris with his 8th home run of the year, 23 RBIs, 424 happy feet over the wall, and 107 miles an hour off the bat. The Braves take a 1-0 lead. Off-speed pitch, and he got into that one. Just below the belt and just over the wall. 1-0 your Atlanta Braves. That'll bring Ronald Acuna Jr. to the plate. He'll take the first pitch for a strike on the outer edge. 96 knee high. It's 0-1. Harris with smiles in the dugouts, getting high fives all around. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 1-1. Notice something on the weather report. I guess they're still having effects from the Canadian fires. It said that the air quality in Cleveland at Progressive Field was poor today. The 1-1 pitch. Right there for a strike, 1-2. Looks like a beautiful day. The 1-2 from Acuna to Acuna. Swing, and that ball is rifled into right field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Acuna fought it against the teeth of the defense. They were shading him towards the left side of the infield. He shot it towards the right. And right in between second and first, the 1-4 hole, there's one on, one out. And here comes Ozzie Albies. Good piece of hitting by Ronald Acuna Jr. Just kind of fought it off. Great effort by Jimenez. He almost corralled it. First pitch on the way to Ozzie. They're going to flip it over to first, try to catch Acuna off the bag. That was a close one. We'll do it again. Braves 1, Cleveland 0. If you're just joining us, Michael Harris II just moments ago hit a solo blast over the center field wall. Gavin Williams getting set again. The righty-lefty matchup. They look almost pitch-out territory. They are pitch-out territory. And Acuna, did he come off the bag? He's safe. Acuna, oh, mercy. He's holding his shoulder. That's not good. He is holding his shoulder, and he is rolling in pain. I don't know what happened. Have to wait for the replay. But Acuna, trainers are out there to check on him. Trying to get him to, I don't know if his shoulder came separated or what. I don't want to assume anything, but he's pointing at his shoulder. They've yet to show the replay of what happened. Got both of the feeds pulled up and checking both monitors, but both of them are squarely in on Acuna, who is sitting just past second base. They're going to lift him up. I would think I can't imagine he's going to stay in the game. It's his right arm that he's favoring, so obviously his throwing arm, I don't know how he could play defense. He's asking for his helmet. Hopefully they show the replay soon on either feed. Wash just patted him on the shoulder, and I guess he's going to stay in. That's, man, oh, man alive. Let me see. I don't see. Well, when he was holding on to the bag with his left arm, he was trying to stop his momentum with his right, so he didn't come off the bag. And it looked like he pinned it. But maybe it was just funny bone stuff. That would be best case scenario. He's staying in the game. He's still moving his arm around. I don't know. This could be one of those situations where he stays in to run, and then you never know if he's going to come back out. So he's dancing back and forth. So that's a good sign. Ozzy swings at the 1-0 pitch and fouled away. It's 1-1. Braves country holding their breath on that one. That is the last thing we need. So Acuna will be accredited with that stolen base. The 1-1 pitch to Ozzy. Williams looks back. Acuna off the plate wide. 2-1. Braves 1, Cleveland 0. The 2-1 to Ozzy. Acuna still bouncing back and forth. Swing and fouls it away. 95 on the edge. 2-2. So that stolen base for Ronald Acuna Jr., his 40th of the year. The 2-2 to to Ozzy, excuse me. Ronnie bouncing back from second. The 2-2 pitch swing, and that ball is grounded into right field. Acuna rounds first. He's hauling it. He'll score with these, and Ozzy's going to get caught in a rundown. He's in a pickle between first and second, and he'll be out number 2, but not before Acuna crosses the plate. There's 2 away. Acuna was flying around the bases, so he wasn't holding his right arm, which is a good sign. Hopefully he can stay in the game. More importantly, hopefully he's okay long term. If there's any question about it, I can't imagine that they would let him go back out there. So we'll know by the next half inning if he's going to be okay. First pitch on the way to Riley is down below the knees for a ball. 1-0. Braves 2, Cleveland 0. Top of the third inning. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 95 up top, 1-1. Riley, 0 for 1, grounded into a double play his first time up. The 1-1 inside, 2-1. So far, what we've seen from Brian O'Hara, the home plate umpire, is he's not giving the outer edge. He is giving a little bit on the inner edge, but not that far in. The 2-1 pitch. Down below the knees, called for a strike. 2-2. That one was a little low. Before, he wasn't giving one that was, say, it's a little inconsistent, but what you do know is that he hasn't been given the outside. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit high and deep. Going back. On the track, just dies at the wall. Looked like he might have gotten a hold of it, but it dies at the warning track. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
To prevent from taking down any future videos, we have decided to no longer shoot any video in which we say or do anything offensive. Here is our latest video. How was school? I had an English test and got an A. That's awesome. Yeah, it is. Good job, son. Thanks, Dad. Oh, have you seen my dress shoes? Where are you going now? I'm going to church. Praise Jesus. Praise him every day.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Your favorite shot?
Favorite shot? I don't know. I had it last night. Lots of them. I think it's called the Picklehead, where it's a shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice chaser, and it's the most wonderful and terrible thing I've ever had in my drinking life. Because once you take the shot, and then you take the pickle juice, there's no burn. There's absolutely no burn, right? And then you're like, well, shoot, yeah, it's just Kool-Aid at that point. It can lead to very bad things. Trust me.
Armchair.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds, and no games were to be played on Sunday. Power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Elder is downstairs for a low strike. It's 0-1. Sinker on the outer edge. Stephen Kwan, the leadoff hitter, he's 1 for 1. The 0-1 is in the dirt. 1-1. And so far, so good. Braves lead it 2-0, and Acuna is back out there in right field, so hopefully all's well. The 1-1 from Elder lets it go. Swing and fouls it away. It's 1-2. Braves 2, Cleveland nothing. Bottom of the third inning. The 1-2 pitch swung on. It's a comebacker to the mound. Elder snags it, flips it to first, and it's a 1-3 put out. For out number 1. So 1 down, and Rosario come to the plate. Thanks for everyone that voted on the poll today. There was a consensus that we would get 2 of 3. Some thought the sweep. Very few voted for us losing the series. That's shocking in Braves country that we would have so. First pitch to Rosario's grounded foul down the third base line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. 1-1. Cleveland's a good team, just like Minnesota. Good pitching team. Offense rated low. Pitch on the way to Rosario, and he'll dump it into left field, down for a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. I think the biggest concern I have with the series is We've got Elder on the mound tonight, and then you've got the two unknown with tomorrow will be the left-hander. As the first pitch on the way to Jose Ramirez is down low, called for a strike. It's 0-1. Starting Ramirez off with the slider on the outer edge. The 0-1. Downstairs misses. 1-1. So he goes slider and changeup. Jose Ramirez flew out his first time out. He's got 13 home runs on the year, an 870 OPS and 52 RBI. The 1-1 just off the edge, 2-1. The 2-1 from Elder. Looks in, rocks and fires. Downstairs and in. Sinker misses. Ball 3, 3-1. Tomorrow it's going to be Colby Allard versus Shane Bieber. Bieber's always up there near the top of the Cy Young voting. The 3-1 pitch. Swung on and hit high down the left field line. Running. Making a sliding catch is Eddie Rosario for out number two. Eddie had to chase. He was playing him more to pull. He had to go all the way over. Made the catch about 10 feet from the foul line. Slid, popped to his feet to keep the runner from advancing. Good play by Eddie for out number two. Colby Allard, who pitched well his first time out. You just don't know what you're going to get. And he's going to be going up against Bieber. You got to expect that's going to be a low-scoring affair. They're going to toss it over to first to keep the runner close by. Josh Naylor, the first baseman. He comes to the plate. He walked his first time up. The first pitch on the way is just off the plate wide. 89 misses outside. It's 1-0. On Wednesday, it'll be Soroka versus Quantrell. Now, that's someone that we should be able to get to and put some runs on. I'm sure Cleveland's thinking the same thing. So probably a low-scoring game tomorrow and a high-scoring game on Wednesday. The 1-0's in the dirt. It's 2-0. Quantrell got lit up by, I believe it was the Cubs last time out. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 92 right down the pipe. 2-1. I think we definitely have the advantage in tonight's game, and they would have the advantage with Bieber on the mound in tomorrow night's game. So Wednesday, the third game very well could be the rubber match. The 2-1 pitch down and in, 3-1. But if Allard pitches like he pitched the other day, wow. Bieber's one of those guys that you have to see it about the third time through the lineup, and that's a tough deal to hang around that long. The 3-1 to Naylor, 1 on, 2 out. The pitch, swing, and the runner's on the way, and he'll have second stolen with ease. He got a great jump. It's a swing and a miss strike, so now we got a full count. Ahmed Rosario hits his second stolen base of the year. So runner on second, 2 outs, a 3-2 pitch, and swung on, grounded over towards first. Play made by Olsen, turns, flips it to Elder, covering first. He'll step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. Cleveland threatens but failed to score. We head to the top of the fourth, Braves country. It's 2-0 in Cleveland.
Hello there. Oh, what fresh hell is this?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Gene Autry was a man born in 1907 who you might know as the singer of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. On top of being a singer, an actor, and a soldier, Autry was also a fan of baseball. In fact, the man who sang Rudolph was also the man who founded the Angels. Who do you think is the player with the most Gold Glove awards? You might think of guys like Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, or Willie Mays. But the actual answer is Greg Maddux with 18 Gold Gloves.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Florida, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
One summer day in 1908, a popular vaudeville entertainer named Jack Norworth boarded a Manhattan train and saw an advertisement that read, "Baseball Today, Polo Grounds." He had never been to a professional game, but by the time he reached his stop, he had written out the lyrics for a song about baseball. When Norworth introduced the song in his act at the Amphion Theater in Brooklyn, it fell flat. But when Nickelodeon audiences were encouraged to sing along with lantern slides, it became a nationwide hit.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 2-0. The first pitch on the way from Williams to Matt Olson. Misses downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Kicks and fire. Swing! And that ball is rifled over to second base. Good play by Jimenez. He'll take his time and flip it over to first. 4-3 put out. Worm burner that he just happened to be right in front of for out number 1. Braves Country Baseball, please hit that like button. If you haven't done so already, subscribe today. We're here 4 to 6 times a week. We got the big Tampa Bay series coming up this weekend. First pitch on the way to Murphy is swung on and miss. Breaking ball down around the shoe tops. It's 0-1. Good to see everybody in the chat. Hope you're having a good 4th of July weekend. We're having a lot of thunder around here. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled over into the hole, the 6th hole. Ahmed Rosario jumps up, fires it across to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 2. Good defensive play by Rosario. Ahmed Rosario came over in the New York Mets trade a few years back when Lindor was sent a packing. He's played pretty well for Cleveland. I guarantee you they're a lot happier than having to spend $350 million on Lindor. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is swung on, and that ball is going back on the track. Is it gone? It's gone, baby! A solo blast over the right field wall, and Marcell Ozuna has his 17th homer of the year, 375 happy feet, 103 miles an hour off the bat. And the Braves lead it 3-0. That just snuck over the wall. In fact, the right fielder, Brennan, climbed the wall. He thought he might have had a chance to bring it back. You don't see that much anymore. A lot of these stadiums aren't built that way, but that right field wall is set up to where you can get a hold of it, and I don't think it happens very often, but you could get your glove over that railing and steal one. get a little leverage off the padding. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is right there for a strike on the outer edge. So on 193 on the edge. Braves 3, Cleveland nothing. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's laced down the right field line. Just foul. It's 0-2. Cincinnati leads Washington 3-2. That game is in the 6th. Baltimore has jumped out to a 3-0 lead over the Yankees. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high into center field, but not deep enough. It's playable. Straw will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before Marcell Ozuna makes it a 3-0 game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
You're talking about a bunch of unproven kids who were in the prom. You know, literally, they were in the prom like 6 months ago at their high school.
No, they weren't because they were
on lockdown.
Exactly.
Okay, they were in a.
These are promless teenagers.
If he's from a Big Ten state,
they were in a.
If he's from a Big Ten state, he didn't have prom. I can guarantee you that.
They were at a virtual prom. Anyway, so yeah, it's tough for Wisconsin.
That's called porn. That's called porn.
Stop it. They get a break this week because I got a mess to clean up, guys. Yeah.
Virtual.
There's
prom.
my walk off for the day. Thanks, Mac.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. For those who don't know, normal human eyesight is 20/20 vision. A research study in 2019 found that the average baseball player has 20/13 vision, with the top 2% of MLB players having 29.2 vision. That means that some baseball players have vision that's more than twice as good as the normal human.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Ball players have to be able to cope with defeat more constantly than anyone else. It isn't just that they lose 4 times out of 6, it's they have to play again tomorrow. And if they lose tomorrow, that's 2 in a row. In a week, you can lose 7 in a row. A losing streak can mount up on you so much faster than a winning streak that it's a kind of terror that grips a team. It's like the spooky music that runs under baseball.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Jimenez from Elders right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Andres Jimenez is 0 for 1, lined out in the first. The 0-1 misses down and in, 1-1. We do lose you and getting a lot of lightning around here in this area, so hopefully the power stays with us. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and not very deep. Acuna's underneath it. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Not really showing any signs from the apparent injury from when he slid into the base. So whatever it was, it must be something that was easily managed. I said before, it could have just been an old-fashioned funny bone situation, but the way he was writhing in pain, I thought it was his shoulder. First pitch on the way to Bell. Misses off the plate wide. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Right there, top of the zone, 90 miles an hour, called for a strike. Went four-seam to start it off. 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and grounded over towards the first base line. It's now 1-2. So went four-seam, and then slider. While this is going on, looks like the Marlins are trailing St. Louis midway through their game 3-2. The 1-2 pitch. Down and away, 2-2. I believe that was Mikolas versus Braxton Garrett tonight. The 2-2 pitch. right there. Just misses inside. Full count to Bell. So Josh Bell counting his favor now. The wind up the pitch. Swing and grounded hard over to second. Ozzie scoops it, flips it to first for out number 2. Good defensive play by Oz. Had to use all of his range to keep that from going into right field. Bell does not run that well. Runs okay for a big man, but not what you would consider good speed for Major League Baseball. Will Brennan comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. That's the man that tried to climb the wall a second ago. First pitch on the way to Brennan is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Atlanta Braves 3, Cleveland Guardians nothing. The 1-0 pitch. Slider just clips the outside part of the zone. 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and lifts it down the line. It's 1-2. We will have the feed up tomorrow during the game, but with 4th of July Independence Day, the 1-2 pitch swung on that ball is grounded up the middle. Arcia's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. I'll finish that thought when we come back.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here. Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Gavin Williams goes back to work. The first pitch is right there at the knees on the outer edge to Orlando Arcia. It's 0-1. Tomorrow's game will be a Braves Country Chat Day. The 0-1 pitch. Down below the knees, 1-1. They checked down the line to see if he went around. He did not. The being 4th of July and whatnot, we're going to try to check out some fireworks, but I'll be close by to make sure the feed keeps going. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and grounded it over towards third. Just misses the bag. 1-2. We will be back for Wednesday night's game, and we're going to bring you Friday and Saturday night's game with Tampa Bay. The 1-2 pitch. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball is lifted into right field, making the catch. Had to drift back pretty quickly. And out there in right field, Brennan makes the high catch, and there's one down. One down, and Michael Harris will come to the plate. Harris, if you're just joining us, started the scoring off today with a solo shot. His first time up. So he's 1 for 1. 8 home runs now, 23 RBI. Takes a hack at the first pitch, and it rifles foul out of play. 0-1. Harris now batting .267 with a .754 OPS. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Again, it's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Michael. Righty-lefty matchup. The wind-up, the delivery. Swing and pops it up. Will it stay in play? Naylor chases it back behind home plate, but it's going to bend foul into the seats. It's 0-2. The 0-2 to Harris. They set up outside wide. Swing and lifts it down the left field line. Going, baby! Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong, a solo blast. Michael Harris' second jack of the night, and it's 4-0 your Atlanta Braves. 387 off the bat. 387 happy feet, 101 miles an hour. And the Braves lead it 4-0. That ball flew out of the stadium. Michael Harris, as he came around the bases heading towards the dugout, shaking his arms like a bird. I saw that earlier with the bullpen doing it. Must be something they're going to on their celebrations. The first pitch to Acuna is outside the zone for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and rifles it foul back out of play. It's 1-1. Braves 4, Cleveland 0. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. Breaking ball down and out of the zone. It's 1-2. Ron Acuna Jr. 1 for 2. He's got a stolen base, and if you weren't with us earlier on that stolen base, he's writhing in pain at second, but stayed in the game and appears to be okay. I guess we'll get more on that after the game. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Good take by Ronnie. Michael Harris, 2 for 2 with 2 home runs. The 2-2 from Williams. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball is rifled. Nice stab by Ramirez. A one-hopper that he fires across the diamond for out number 2. That was a heck of a defensive play by Jose Ramirez. I think his defense gets overshadowed by his bat. I think a lot of Major League Baseball fans know how good he is with the bat. But if you don't get to see Cleveland very often, very good fielding third baseman. That was a nice play. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is swung on and missed. Breaking ball. He was trying to lift into the seats. It's 0-1. It's a hard shot. It was a one-hopper that just missed getting past Ramirez. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded hard over to Naylor. Naylor's got it, flips it to Williams, covering the bag, and Ozzie's out by about a step or so. That'll end the inning, but not before Money Mike makes a deposit into the left field bank. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So is it a problem that I'm not really religious?
Not for me.
Why not?
I'm not the one going to hell.
So, Skip, you've managed in 2,714. Something cool about that number in the minor leagues. 10 towns, 4 levels.
Oh, jeez.
And now you're here. How does it feel? It was so cool to see you with that trophy. How did that feel?
No, it's surreal. I said I was always that guy that sat in my living room watching you guys play in the World Series and thinking, man, I would love to be there and experience the euphoria of what it feels like. I just never thought that I'd be one of those guys that got to do this, honestly. And it's really cool. I'm telling you what, it exceeded all my expectations.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Sammy Sosa is one of the legendary home run hitters of the steroid era. He hit 60 home runs in 3 different seasons, but unbelievably didn't lead the league in any of those years. Every year, either Mark McGwire or Barry Bonds had more.
Small boys had admired other players. They worshipped Christy Mathewson. He was the perfect hero for his age. He seemed to have sprung from the pages of the dime baseball novels American boys now devoured. Sports writers and fans across the country called him the Christian gentleman. No one did more to improve the reputation of the baseball player, and he did it with style.
Matheson would always wait until just about 10 minutes before game time. Then he'd come in from the clubhouse across the field in a long linen duster like auto drivers wore in those days. And at every step, the crowd will yell louder and louder.
He was a commanding presence on the mound, methodically directing the rhythm and pace of each game. He could throw a ball into a tin cup at pitching range, a player remembered, and he took a scientific approach to his work, carefully cataloging his pitches.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope your 4th of July weekend is doing well. Please make sure to hit that like button and subscribe today. The first pitch on the way to Miles Straw is swung on and popped up. It's a can of corn in the infield. Ozzy's underneath it. He'll make the catch for out number 1. If you get a chance, appreciate you sharing the feed here. Get as many folks in here as we can to keep that Braves Country chat going. It's a lot of fun watching y'all go back and forth every night. As they say, sharing is caring. I saw someone doing that the other day. The first pitch on the way to Naylor is swung on and fouled away. It's 0-1. This is Bo Naylor, the hind catcher, number 9 hitter. That's a little confusing. His brother Josh, if you're just joining us, bats cleanup and plays first base. The 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, taken 1-1. It's pretty unique to have 2 brothers playing for the same team at the same time. The 1-1 pitch, swing and fouls it away. 1-2. The 1-2. Elder's 61st pitch of the evening. Downstairs, did he go around? He did not. 2-2. Saw someone mention it a second ago. This game is moving along pretty quickly. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, fires it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout. Ozzy's been busy tonight. It's at least a handful of ground ball outs. I think he's probably making a comment to Riley and Arcia that just making sure they're still awake over there. There's only been a couple of balls hit on the left side. So that'll bring Quan to the plate. Quan's 1 for 2. He'll take the first pitch downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. Of course, they have a primarily left-handed lineup, and with the sinker ball pitcher, you're going to get a lot of balls hit to that side. Quan has gone deep 2 times. He's got 25 RBI, a 690 OPS. Tomorrow during the game, as the 1-0 pitch misses off the plate, 2-0. We're going to put together some of the Once Upon a Pastime series to play while the game's on. The 2-0 pitch swung on. That ball is rifled to the left side and just past Riley, who was all by his lonesome over there. And it's a 2-out single for Cleveland. Got several different ones that we've done here recently that we'll probably put a few of them together. along with mix in some of the salute to the troops that you might have heard on Memorial Day. First pitch on the way to Rosario is right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. Med Rosario, 1 for 2 with a single, stolen base. The 0-1 swung on, grounded over to Arce. He underhands it, flips it to Ozzy for out number 3. So we'll grab the bats. Top of the 6th on the way.
3. Oh no. What? Oh boy. This isn't my bad, guys.
Oh my God, Ruffy!
Get out of here. Go. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. There have been 4 times where a player to be named later was themselves. For example, in 2005, John McDonald was traded from the Blue Jays to the Tigers for a player to be named later. 4 months later, the trade was completed when McDonald was reacquired by the Blue Jays as the player to be named later.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Sunday would come and the little park would be packed way before game time. Everybody wanting to see the great Rube Waddell pitch. Nowhere to be found. Manager'd be having a fit. And then just a few minutes before the game time, there'd be a commotion in the grandstand. You'd hear people laughing and yelling, "Here comes Rube! Here comes Rube!" And there he'd come right through the stands. He'd jump down onto the field, cut across the infield, the clubhouse, taking off his shirt as he went. In about 3 minutes, he never wore any underwear. He'd run back out in uniform and yell, "All right, let's get him." Sam Crawford.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Austin Riley comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Riley from Williams, who's back out there for the 6th inning, is right up top. Top drawer for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball. May have been a touch out of the zone. It's 0-2. I saw the question about Griffey's. The Griffeys just had Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr., the father-son duo. There was not a sibling. The 0-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. Not sure what he was waiting for, but Riley will go take a backwards K and sit on the pine. You don't normally see him get caught with the bat on his shoulder like that. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Olson, they're saying, has a .316 batting average here at Progressive Field, where he's played quite a bit from the American League. The first pitch on the way to Olson, who's 0 for 1, is right there for a strike. Olson also walked. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and bang foul off the plate. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Williams lets it go in the dirt. 1-2. One down, the 1-2 count to Olson. Swing, and that ball is blasted. But foul. Man, oh man, was that a rocket into the second deck. Just could not keep it straight, and it's a loud strike number 2. This is a hanger. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and popped up. High in the sky. Rosario calls off Ramirez. He'll make the catch in shallow left field. F6 on the putout. So 2 down. Sean Murphy, who's 0 for 2, comes to the plate. The right-hander takes a swing at the right-hander's delivery and rifles it back up against the screen. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Cleveland nothing. The 0-1 pitch. Williams lets it go right there for a strike. Murphy looked like he was ready to cock and fire and just couldn't get the, it's like his gun jammed there. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track, off the wall. Just scraped the top of the wall. Murphy will cruise into second with a 2-out double. A few more feet, and that thing is gone. That thing was a balloon shot that just missed hitting pay dirt. Taking another look at it. Yeah, just a few more feet, and he would have. Man, oh man alive. Almost another home run for these Atlanta Braves. That'll bring Marcell Ozuna. Marcell Ozuna, speaking of home runs, he got one earlier tonight. First pitch on the way to Marcell is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. If this was your first year watching Major League Baseball and you only watched the Atlanta Braves, you would think that teams hit like this all the time. I mean, this is a treat. The 0-1 to Marcell in the dirt, 1-1. So he's gone slider fastball to start him off. The fastball that he threw in the dirt was at 93. Yes, Steve Avery was a starter. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to short, bobbled by Rosario. He'll throw it over to first and get Marcell by about a step. That'll end the inning. So Braves threaten but fail to score. Will be back in a flash, bottom of the 6th.
Your feelings about going to Atlanta, no doubt it was your first preference.
Definitely. And Atlanta chose me, and I'm very pleased with that decision. I can't wait to get to town and get with them fans down there and pack them in there.
When Detroit took the other Sanders, I saw a big grin come across your face.
I was so happy. But I was kind of scared. I thought Detroit was going to take me. I would have asked for so much money that I had to put me on layaway.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In 1992, Hall of Fame pitcher Hal Newhouser was a scout for the Astros. In that year's draft, the Astros had the number 1 pick, and Newhouser was dead set on getting a certain prospect. But the Astros went against Newhouser, and he was so upset that he quit his job. The player the Astros decided not to pick was Derek Jeter.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0, and Bryce Elder will go back to work as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning. Leading off for Cleveland will be Jose Ramirez. Ramirez, switch hitter from the left-hand side, takes the first pitch, top of the zone, and called a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Way outside wide, pops off the glove of Ramirez, of Murphy, excuse me. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch to Ramirez, swung on and grounded hard, foul towards the first base dugout, 2-1. The 2-1 pitch. Right there for a strike. No, he called that inside. Wow, the way he moved his arm, thought he rang it, but 3-1. That was right there on the zone. Bit of an inconsistent zone tonight for O'Hara. The 3-1 pitch. Ball 4, and he walks the leadoff batter. And 1 on, nobody out. Yeah, it looks like that the brother of Griffey never made it to the major leagues. He played 7 years in the minors, is what I found. He was drafted by Seattle at one point in the 42nd round. First pitch on the way to Naylor is grounded foul in between home and first. It's 0-1. Josh Naylor batting .300, 10 home runs. He's wincing pretty badly. I think he's going to be okay, but I think that foul ball really got a piece of him. Naylor walked in the first, and I think they're going to come out and take a look at him. He's really wincing. Cleveland's trainer and the manager for the Cleveland Guardians, Terry Francona, are out there looking at Naylor right now. Looking at the replay, that's what I was waiting for. I'm not quite sure what happened. He foul tipped the ball, and it might have been just on the follow through. He was really holding he keeps flexing his right hand. So I don't think it was the ball. It was the follow through and something. But they're going to let him play. So he must be okay, or at least they believe he is. 1 on, nobody out. The 0-1 pitch. Elder lets it go, and it's downstairs. 1-1. So it looks like Craig was drafted by Seattle. The thing that I found at the break was that it was almost done as the 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. 1-2. It was almost done, almost like because he was a Griffey, and he never could make it to the majors. Played for 7 years in the minor league system. Most of it was with Seattle. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Foul tipped into the glove of Murphy. Naylor heads back to the bench. He's still hanging his head. I'm not convinced that he's okay, but he foul tipped it, and hard to read a man's mind, but he had that look like it was a relief that at bat was over. So Jimenez will come to the plate, 1 on, 1 out. The first pitch is right there for a strike, fades in on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Jimenez 0 for 2. The 0-1 swing and pops it up down the line. Making the catch is Rosario right at the foul line. Thought the ball might fade into the seats, but instead, it's a quick out, number 2. By the way, Bryce Elder here in the 6th inning, he's at 78 pitches. So if all goes well here in the next at bat, he'll very well not just be out there for the 7th inning, but he could go deeper. He's got to get past Josh Bell. Josh Bell, still a dangerous customer at the plate, 8 home runs on the year. 38 RBI. The first pitch on the way to Bell, swung on and grounded foul towards first. It's 0-1. Well, Denise, I appreciate you bringing that up because you learn something new every day. I didn't know a whole lot about the Craig Griffey. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Down below the knees. 1-1. Josh Bell. 0 for 2. Grounded out the last time up. You got a 1-1 count. Pitch on the way and misses inside, 2-1. Elder has started him off with a slider, and then went inside with the 4-seam. See what he'll dial up here. 2-1 to the left-hander. Swung on, bounced over to short. Arcia's got it. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. I think Olson's giving him a hard time because he could have jogged over and stepped on second, but he decided to throw it to Olson. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
No, that's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else.
Really?
Sure. See, things always even out for me. Anyway, it's been really nice dating you for a while. And, good luck.
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Nagy's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series. Change of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. What a team. What a ride. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. On June 25th, 1976, in a doubleheader against the White Sox, Toby Harrah became the only shortstop ever to play every single inning of a doubleheader and not get a single ball hit to him.
Cobb's ferocity drove his team to the pennant in 1907 and himself to the batting championship of the American League. At 20 years and 10 months, Ty Cobb was the youngest man ever to win a big league batting title. He would win 7 more in a row, 12 in 13 years. He was, one writer said, a cyclone, a tornado, a typhoon, all rolled into one.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Talking about the Bonds and the Griffies. I'll take the Murphys, Sean and Dale. Are they related in any way? First pitch on the way to Rosario, swung on and popped up and goes up against the screen. Arias, who did come in for Naylor, so when you think you know something, you probably do know it. He's out of the game. Yeah, I was surprised that they let him continue that at bat. So Arias is in for Naylor. And of course, the first pitch he's in for, the ball finds him and drops to the ground. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and rifled foul. 0-2. What about the Aarons? Was it Tommy Aaron? And then you also got the DiMaggios. Jolton Joe and Dom played for the Red Sox at the same time. The 0-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of that. Rolled it foul. And I want to say Dom and Joe played with each other for a short period of time. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and rifles it foul back. It's 0-2. Oh, that's right, the Boones. Whenever I think of the Boones, I always think of their dad first, then I think of them separate, so I kind of forget the Boones. Oh-2 count to Rosario. Williams at 88 pitches in the 7th, so he's worked pretty well himself. The 0-2 pitch swing and grounded on towards second, curling around, making the catch and firing it over to first. Good play by Jimenez. He'll get Rosario for out number 1. Bring Orlando Arcia to the plate. He's looking for his first hit. Of course, the brothers with the most home runs are the Aarons. I want to say Tommy only had like a handful, but when your brother Hank has 755, the first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is inside, but called for a wide in strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is lifted down into left field. A 1-out single for Orlando, and the Braves got something cooking here in the top of the 7th. Was there a brother Alou that I'm not thinking of? Because I remember Moises and his dad. I'm drawing a blank on the brother. I feel like there was a brother Alou, though. Moises and his dad Felipe were the two good ones. And Felipe coached for a long time, managed for a long time. That's going to run Williams out of the game. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
I have never said that you are not good at what you do. It's just that what you do is not worth doing.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Before he retired, Kyle Seager was the active leader in games played without being in the postseason with 1,480 games. The new active leader is now Gene Segura with 1,230 games. The Oakland Athletics mascot is somewhat randomly an elephant, but there is a reason for that. In the early 1900s, New York Giants manager John McGraw told the Athletics owner that he had a white elephant on his hands. A white elephant is something that's not as valuable as the effort needed for it. Athletics manager Connie Mack heard this and decided to make an elephant the team's logo.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
The greatest ball player of all time? I pick the Detroit man because he is, in my judgment, the most expert man of his profession. and is able to respond better than any other ball player to any demand made upon him. He plays ball with his whole anatomy, his head, his arms, his hands, his legs, his feet. I have never seen a man who had his heart more centered in the sport than Cobb has when he's playing. I believe Cobb would continue to play ball if he were charged something for the privilege, and if the only spectator were the groundskeeper. Charles Comiskey.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com @Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I lost it for a second, but Edward, thank you for the number. I knew he hadn't hit many. Curry comes on for the Cleveland bullpen. Xavier Curry, 3.38 ERA. The right-hander will face Michael Harris II, 1 on, 1 out. The pitch on the way. Downstairs for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 4, Cleveland nothing. The 1-0 pitch. Off the plate wide, 92 misses, 2-0. Yeah, the fielders, the crazy thing about that is the 2-0 pitch, swing and lifted down the line, making the run. Quan just makes the catch over by the foul line, and Arce was way off the bag. He has to truck back to first base. Thankfully, the throw was way offline, and he'll be back safely. Crazy thing about the fielders that evidently, like, there's a rift between the two. Cecil and his dad didn't talk for years. I don't know if they ever cleared that up or not, but I remember that was a famous feud, I guess is the best word for it. The first pitch on the way to Acuna, breaking ball for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Whole time Prince played in a Major League Baseball, they did not speak. The 0-1 pitch, swing and grounded over to third, scooped in. Force play at second. 5-4 if you're scoring at home. We'll be back in a flash. Get up and stretch, Braves Country.
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Casey Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home all game.
Casey saw all the game, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out to the crowd. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 4-0. Please hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Remember, sharing is caring. The Atlanta Braves came into tonight 9 games in front of Miami, 12 in front of Philadelphia, 18 and a half in front of the Mets, and 22 in front of the Nationals. If that doesn't feel like the 90s Braves, what doesn't? I think my only concern with the whole thing is to make sure that they stay sharp and wanting to play well, because if you get down the stretch, the dog days of summer, and you got a huge lead, it's going to be hard to keep the – I've always felt that was one of the 90s Braves' biggest problems is we would get into these into these long stretches where we were up 20 games or so into first place, and it's hard to keep the iron sharp. Yeah, the Ripkins, that's got to be one of my favorite. I love Billy Ripken. Catch him from time to time at I don't know if he's still with them, but he used to be on MLB Network. Ever since MLB Network busted free from a couple of the streaming devices, I haven't seen MLB Network in a while, but I always liked Billy Ripken as a broadcaster, the in-studio guy. First pitch on the way to Elder from Elder to Brennan is right there for a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Will Brennan, the right fielder, he is 0 for 2. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over towards second. Ozzy's got it again for out number 1. Ozzy Albies has been busy tonight. I just saw that comment, Ryan. That's pretty funny. That'll bring Miles Straw to the plate. He's 1 for 2. Straw takes the first pitch for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Did he go around? They checked down the line. They said that he did. Third base umpire Edwin Jimenez rings him up for strike 2. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards third. Riley's going to have to hurry. Bare hands. It fires it across the diamond, but Straw, the center fielder, too fast to get him out. Cleveland's got a runner aboard, 1 away. Good hustle by Riley. He's playing well back there of the bag. Darn good throw. Miles is just way too fast to catch him. So 1 down, 1 on. And Bo Naylor comes to the plate. Naylor swings at the first pitch and pops it up, chasing it down the third base line. Riley, he has to leap. He overran the ball and somehow holds on to it, makes the catch for out number 2. Orlando Arcee is giving him a hard time because he leaped like that and they almost had to pirouette backwards. And then, but the next several steps back towards the infield, he was holding him. You could read his lips. He said, "You all right?" Like giving him a hard time. Like, "You okay, old man?" So 2 down. Runner on first. That'll bring the leadoff hitter Quan back to the plate. Quan swings at the first pitch, and he lifts it into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Scooped up by Harris. Harris gets it back into the infield, and a wide throw towards home plate. It's going to be a long double for Quan. Ball didn't go very far, but the way they had him played in the outfield, Harris was shaded to have him pull, and Rosario was shaded over towards the line. So there was a huge gap in between the 7-8 hole. Harris scooped it up, and as a left-hander, by the time he got to it, there was no way for him to catch the quick Quan heading to second. So runners on second and third and 2 out, and that'll bring Rosario to the plate. Rosario, first pitch is in the dirt. 1-0. Bryce Elder has pitched to Jim so far, trying to get through the 7th here. Elder, 90 pitches. Murphy's going to go out there and talk to him, probably give him a chance to catch his breath a little bit. AJ Minter is warming up in the bullpen. So Murphy goes back behind home plate. You got a 1-0 count. They're just trying to get Elder a chance to catch his breath a little bit and get a game plan as they face Rosario, the number 2 hitter. He is 1 for 3, the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 1. 1-1. Went with the slider again. This time it hit the zone on the inner cut right there at the knees. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and ripped over towards short. That's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score. The throw comes in to second base. 2 runs will score. And the lead has been cut in half. It's 4-2 here in Cleveland. Hard hit ball. Jumped over the glove of Arcia, who tried to backhand. It would have been a heck of a play. The hot shot leaped over his glove. And Sticker's going to come out and make the pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
On the subject of this service, what is your opinion of war protesters, and would you today refuse to be drafted?
Honey, I just seem to keep my own personal views about that to myself, because I'm just an entertainer, and I don't know what to say.
Do you think other entertainers should keep their views to themselves too?
No, I can't even say that.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Clayton Kershaw is without a doubt a Hall of Famer. In Kershaw's family, he had a great uncle named Clyde Tombaugh. He was an astronomer who, over 100 years ago, discovered the planet Pluto. For those who don't know, eye black is a black adhesive that is used by players to limit glare from the sun. But did you know that none other than Babe Ruth allegedly invented it? Around the 1930s, Ruth was getting distracted by the sun, so he put some black grease under his eyes, and the rest is history.
John Joseph McGraw, player-manager of the contentious Baltimore Orioles, had been one of the first National Leaguers to jump to the American League in 1901, but he had not liked it there. He could not bear to have anyone tell him how to play the game. When McGraw refused to stop the constant abuse of umpires, for which he was infamous, Johnson suspended him. McGraw never forgave Johnson. He returned to the National League as manager of the New York Giants, a job he would hold for 31 years, leading his team to 10 pennants and ending in the first division 28 times. No one made a move on the field without his consent. McGraw was said once to have fined a player for hitting a home run that drove in 2 runs because he had ordered him to bunt. The main idea, John McGraw said, is to win. When McGraw won the National League pennant in 1904, he took an especially sweet revenge on Ban Johnson. Rather than have anything to do with the league that had suspended him, he simply refused to play the Boston Pilgrims for the championship. There was no World Series in 1904.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead by just 2 now. And the tying runs at the plate. AJ Minter on to face Jose Ramirez. AJ Minter, now with a 5.17 ERA, has dropped it dramatically over the last several outings, but this is one of the toughest bats he'll face. Ramirez, 340 average from the right side. First pitch on the way to Jose is high and inside, close shave up top. It's 1-0. His splits, 340 and 8 home runs from the right side, 192 and 5 home runs from the left side. You wonder why they turned him around. The pitch on the way to Ramirez, swung on, popped up. Looks like it'll pay off. Olsen calls everybody out, and that'll end the inning. So sometimes the numbers do lie. We'll be back in a flash.
UFC is an organization. MMA, mixed martial arts, is a sport. That's like saying you do NBA, you do Golden State Warrior.
Today, we're going to talk about the career of Mickey Mantle. In almost 2 decades, he compiled a lifetime OPS plus of 172. This puts him 7th best all time. He won the league home run title 4 times and the league slugging title 4 times. He hit 300 or better in 10 seasons. He was a 20-time All-Star, had 3 MVPs, won 1 batting title, 1 Triple Crown, and also won a Gold Glove in his 18-year career. He played in 12 World Series during a 14-year stretch. Mantle would help the Yankees win 7 titles in his career. He is the only switch hitter to hit 50 home runs, and he did it twice. The 1951 World Series, Mantle would trip over an exposed drainage pipe while attempting to catch a fly ball. In 1969, it was determined that Mantle had played all of those years with a torn ACL in his knee without having it repaired. Mantle finished his career with a .298 batting average, 536 home runs, 1,509 RBIs. He scored 1,676 runs and had 2,415 hits.
Alexander stormed into the majors in 1911, striking out 227 men for the Philadelphia Phillies in his very first season. He would win 30 or more games 3 seasons in a row. He pitched 4 one-hitters in 1915 and 90 shutouts during his long career. He was utterly businesslike on the mound, throwing an arsenal of pitches with pinpoint accuracy. Game after game, he'd pitch in an hour and a half, a teammate recalled. No fussing around, no stalling, no wasted motion. Even the men he struck out so consistently liked him. Between games, he was modest, good-humored, and kept mostly to himself. But then he began to drink.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead at 4-2. Ozzie Albies goes to the plate, and Curry fires in the first pitch, misses high. It's 1-0. Braves jumped ahead 4-0, gave up 2 runs in the bottom of the 7th. We're here in the top of the 8th. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1. Yeah, thanks, Ray. I didn't realize that I hadn't deleted that one. I finally realized. I was like, what the heck? The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 2-1. The 2-1 to Ozzie. Inside, ball 3, 3-1. So Curry, who finished off the last inning, back out there to try to get some folks out here in the 8th. The 3-1 pitch on the way. Swing and chase that one out of the zone. Grounds it foul. It's 3-2. I think Ozzie knows it by now that swung at ball 4. Any way he can get on to get it going. Riley stands on deck. Olsen in the hole. The 3-2 pitch to Oz. Curry lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Swung at another one in the ground. I think Ozzie thinks he got a piece of it, but home plate umpire O'Hara says he did not. It's out number 1. That pitch was way in the zone. Fastball about ankle high. So 1 down, and Francona's coming out. I don't know what he's talking. He's talking to home plate umpire O'Hara about something. They're having a powwow. Oh, Naylor's having an equipment issue, it looks like. Man, the brothers Naylor just aren't having a good night. I think a ball might have ricocheted, and somehow caused his nose to bleed. I don't know if the ball smacked him in the mask or what happened. But anyways, they stopped it up like you would a boxer back in the day, and Naylor's back behind the plate, and Curry goes to work. He fires the first pitch in, 93, right down the pipe. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and grounded over towards short. Rosario's got it, fires it over. He'll get Riley by about a step. There's 2 away. It's a good job by Rosario, knowing who's running down the line. He had time, and he gathered himself, made a good throw over to first base. Riley was busting it down the line, but just got beat out by about a half step or so. Matt Olson comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2. First pitch is way in the dirt. 77 at the ankles, at the shoelaces. It's 1-0. Matt Olson did get on via the walk. The 1-0 pitch. Swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track at the wall. 400-foot mark. That ball went about 399. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
What kind of names were these kids calling you at the pool?
Meathead, Fatso, Wide Butt, Wally the Whale.
Porky, Hog, Fat Ass, Double Wide, Butterball, those sorts of things, right?
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing, Darryl, Darryl. It's a tough time for any kid, and especially now as he stands naked under the world out there in right field, and they taunt him and they chant his name.
He takes his cap off and reacts to it. It's just been a tough time.
I tell you, it's a tough business. And the chant continues, the taunt of Strawberry. High fly ball to Strawberry. Boy, they're really on his case. Oh.
Armchair.
No one ever saw anything graceful or picturesque about Wagner on the diamond. His movements have been likened to the gambols of a caracoling elephant. He's so ungainly and so bow-legged that when he runs, his limbs seem to be moving in a circle after the fashion of a propeller. But he can run like the wind. New York American.
A Pennsylvania coal miner who had once hoped to become a barber, Wagner became a star in the Iron and Oil League, and in 1900 joined the Pittsburgh Pirates, where he played shortstop for 18 years. He hit better than 315 seasons in a row, stealing 722 bases, setting league records for at-bats and number of games played that stood for 4 decades.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-2. We head to the bottom of the 8th inning, and Minter's going to be asked to go back out there again. First pitch from Minter's down and in, but time was called. Home plate umpire Brian O'Hara. No, it wasn't time. He called an automatic ball on Minter for taking too long to get going. The 1-0 from Minter lets it fly. Drops a drag bunt. It's a comebacker right to Minter. He turns, fires it over to first, and it's a 1-3 putout. Good defensive play by Minter. He jumped on it with cat-like reflexes, spun and flipped it over to Olson, who was on the bag. Trying to find a way to get things going. Arias is down. There's one away. That'll bring Jimenez to the plate. Jimenez is 0 for 3. He lifts the first pitch and hits it high in the sky, off the wall. Harris turns and gets the ball back in quickly. That ball was very close from leaving the yard, and it's a one-out double by Andres Jimenez. 13th double of the season. It was the cutter shooting for the outside corner and just got way too much of the plate. Probably about 3 feet higher, and it's a home run. Cleveland's got that weird divot in the wall where it's much higher to the left than it is to the right out there in center field. That'll bring Josh Bell to the plate. Josh Bell will be turned around to the right side. Bell 0 for 3 on the left side. Swings at the first pitch, and he rips it into left field. Making a sliding catch is Rosario, and that's out number 2. So Bell hit that on a line, but right at Eddie Rosario, who made another fine sliding catch. So 2 down. That'll bring up Will Brennan. Will Brennan, the left-hander, will be a lefty-lefty matchup. On deck is Miles Straw. The first pitch is way off the plate wide, 96 misses, 1-0. Warming up in the pen looks to be Nick Anderson. The 1-0 pitch. Right there, just below the knees, 2-0. Runner on second, 2 out, the 2-0. In the dirt, 3-0. So Minter can't find the zone. Meanwhile, in Miami, the Marlins lead St. Louis by 1 in the top of the 9th. A.J. Puck is on the mound for the Fish. The 3-0 pitch from Minter. Right there for a strike, 95. Brendan taken all the way. It's 3-1. Straw hitting from the right-hand side. If he comes up, you would think, assuming Anderson is warmed up, that he would come on. The 3-1 pitch. Misses inside, ball 4. Guess we'll find out. And, yep, that'll do it. Brian Snicker's going to make his call to the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
So I got jury duty. I'm not going. That sounds stupid. So you're telling me there's a guy who did a crime and you need me to show up so you can convince me whether or not he did it? I didn't go to law school. I'm just confused because, like, why isn't it a job? Why don't you just hire jury people full time? And why can't you just get, like, an associate's degree in jury tutoring? Why do we have to grab randos off the street? Why do I have to convince a Lifetime Fitness front desk employee, an Arby's shift lead, and a librarian that I'm not guilty for murder?
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm going to read a book from beginning to end in that order.
I've always wanted to do that.
I proclaim this the Summer of George!
Women workers demanded to play too, and soon the Goodyear girls, the Westinghouse maids, and the Miller rubber maids took the field. At Progressive Sing Sing Prison on the Hudson River, convicts played and beat visiting teams made up of electrical workers, insurance salesmen, and
and stock exchange clerks. I want to go back to Sing Sing, one ex-con remembered. Down here, I'm just a bum, but up there, I was on the ball team.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Nick Anderson will come on. Anderson with a 3.27 ERA through 33 innings, 35 strikeouts. Big right-hander. He's scuffled a little bit his last couple of times out, but hopefully being asked to just get one out, he'll be able to save the day. His runners are on first and second. The go-ahead run is at the plate in the form of Miles Straw. And Straw, it was taking so long to come to the plate, I was thinking that they might be pinch hitting, but Straw will come to the plate, righty-righty matchup. He's got a 244 average, 13 RBI. The first pitch inside, pops out of the glove of Murphy. Runner will stay at second. Nothing really to gain from risking a throw out at third. Braves 4, Cleveland 2. 2 on, 2 out. The 1-0 pitch. Way off the plate wide, 2-0. So Anderson, who has had a hard time finding the zone his last couple of times out, more of the same early on. I thought they might even go to Heller, but they did use him a few times this weekend. The 2-0 pitch. Nowhere near the plate, 3-0. So Anderson, if he walks here, Naylor, the hind catcher, is due up. They would probably pinch hit. The 3-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, 95 outer edge, 3-1. No, that was a good pitch. It was right there on the outer edge, just kissed the black. It's not where Murphy was set up at, so the 3-1 pitch. Swing and grounded right to Ozzie. Ozzie's got it. Fires it over to first, and the fire has been put out. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Hi, my name's Mike, and if you're sitting there watching this tape smoking your cigarette, well, hit the fast forward button, because I don't smoke and I don't like people who do smoke.
I'm not afraid to get sand on my tuxedo if you're not afraid to let the wind mess your hair up a little bit when I take the top down. I'm an executive by day and a wild man by night.
And I do consider myself a refined valley dude.
Armchair.
First inning, I called him Jackie. So let me give you a little context of that. 2019, he came out with an interview, said that he was a new Jackie Robinson of baseball. He's going to bring back fun for the game, right? And 2019, when I played for Atlanta, we actually joked about that on the game. I don't know what's changed from, and I've said it to him in years past, not in any manner, they're just joking around for the fact that he called himself Jackie Robinson.
Cincinnati took the fourth game 2-0 behind the superb pitching of Jimmy Ring. Eddie Cicotti had pitched well for the Sox, but once again, he made several devastating errors in the field.
There is no alibi for Cicotti. He pitched a great game, a determined game, and one that would have won 9 times out of 10. But he brought the defeat crashing down upon his own head by trying to do all the defensive work. He made the wild throw that gave the Reds their opening, the only real one they had. And he followed that up by grabbing a ball thrown from the outfield and deflecting it past the catcher. A high fly to left, blown by the wind over the head of Jackson, who was playing close in, followed, and Chicago was beaten.
3 White Sox, Felsch, Gandil, and Shoeless Joe, all of them conspirators, had managed hits that afternoon. Only at bat did Jackson evidently forget the script. He would bat .375 in the series.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves clinging to a 4-2 lead. We head to the top of the ninth. Sean Murphy swings at the first pitch he sees, And it's a 93-mile-an-hour four-seamer. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Murphy 1 for 3. Did have a double in the sixth. The 0-1. Swing and fouls it straight back. It's 0-2. Curry back out there to try to finish this off. Cleveland had a late game last night, went into extra innings, so their bullpen may be a little tattered. The 0-2. Lets it go. Whoa, high. 1-2. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. They were aiming high, but that was a little higher than I think they were shooting for, trying to get Murphy to pop it up or swing through it. The 1-2 pitch. Naylor sets the glove down low. Swing and grounded down the third base line. Just foul. Just foul. Hooked inside the line before it reached the bag. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it. No, that's going to stay in play. Chasing it down the line. It will go into foul territory and just got out of play. I thought that was going to go into the seats. It did foul out of play. Slap up against the wall, but no one could get to it. First looked like it was going to head towards the first base dugout, but just stayed in play. So a 1-2 count. Righty-righty matchup. Lets it fly. Swung on and pops it up foul back out of play. Back behind home plate. Do it again at 1-2. Baltimore and the Yankees, they are tied up at 3 apiece in the top of the 8th. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze this in as we go along. The 1-2 pitch swung on him. Hits it high, but not deep enough. It's going to get caught just before the warning track in left field for a long out. Marcell Ozuna will come to the plate. One down here in the top of the 9th. Braves looking for some insurance runs. On this date, 1912, New York Giant southpaw Rube Marquard wins his 19th consecutive game to start the season, beating the Brooklyn Dodgers in the Polo Grounds. The 25-year-old future Hall of Famer is the first pitch to Ozuna. I think he's going to call that high for a ball. Looked like it hit the zone. It's 1-0. We'll take it. The 25-year-old future Hall of Famer completes the campaign 26-11, but his 19 victories is the 1-0 pitch is rifled foul out of play. It's 1-1. Most victories to begin a year without suffering a defeat at 19-0 in Major League Baseball history. On this date, 1968, Louis Tiant is the 1-1 pitch is on the way, swung on and rifled foul out of play. It's 1-2. Marcell Ozuna does have a solo shot to his name. One that just got over the right field wall. On this date, 1968, Louis Tiant strikes out 19 Minnesota Twins as the 1-2 pitch. Swing and rifles it foul out of play. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. Scatters 6 hits in a 10-inning, 1-0 complete game victory in Cleveland Stadium. The ex-Cleveland Indian, known as El Tiante, is the 1-2 to Marcell. Swung on and pops it back foul. 1-2 once again. El Tiante equals Sandy Koufax's record for 41 strikeouts in 3 consecutive games. How about that, especially in that era? Becomes the second hurler to whiff 18 batters in an American League contest. The 1-2 to Ozuna. Fouls it back again. Do it again at 1-2. Ozuna really making Curry work. That was on That was on this date, 1968. The 1-2 pitch. Swing! And rifles it foul again. Just peppering them left and right into the stands. On this date in 2002, more Cleveland turnback time. Cleveland Indians first baseman Jim Thome in the team's 11-8 loss in Yankee Stadium, homers in his 7th consecutive game. 1-2 pitch on the way, swung on and just foul tipped into the glove. Strikeout, long at bat for out number 2. The 7th inning solo shot by Jim Thome in 2002 off of David Wells leaves the Indian slugger one shy from the major league record shared by Dale Long, Don Mattingly, and Ken Griffey Jr. in previous years. And one more is the first pitch on the way to Rosario's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. This date in 2009, Albert Pujols, 8th inning home run with bases loaded, proves to be the difference in the Cardinals' 7-4 victory. The grand slam, the 10th of his career, establishes a new franchise record. The 1-0 pitch is right there at the knees to Rosario. It's 1-1. El Hombre will pass Redbird Hall of Famer Stan Musial on this date in 2009 for grand slams. And that's your turn back time. The 1-1 pitch swung on, rifled right at the first baseman. Arias makes the play, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. The Braves lead it by 2. Eyeglasses warming up. Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons hockey. Get fired up.
Country baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 4-2. Gonna hit the birthdays up real quick before the bottom of the 9th starts. Frank Tanana, 81 years old today. Happy birthday to Frank. Was a strikeout leader in 1975. Raisel Iglesias is coming on to try to grab his 15th save of the season. He's 14 of 16 tries, 31 strikeouts, and 23 innings. We talked about him earlier. Moises Salou, he turns 57 today. Remember Greg Vaughn of the Brewers and bounced around the league a few places. He is 58 today, 355 home runs. And the Yankees' Brian Cashman, general manager, turns 56. Non-baseball birthdays, Neil O'Donnell, ex-quarterback for the Steelers and Titans, 57. Tom Cruise is 61. Yeardley Smith, that name sounds familiar. She's the voice of Lisa Simpson. She turns 59. Olivia Munn is 43. Shawnee Smith is 50. And Aaron Tippin, for you country music listeners, he turned 65, and that's your birthdays. So Eyeglasses is on, and Raisel Iglesias will face the number 9 hitter Naylor First pitch is swung on and fouled back on out of play. It's 0-1, 94 miles an hour. Yeah, Tanana also had a turn back time that I couldn't squeeze in. There were so many good ones today. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over towards first, and steps on the bag. And it's G3 to start off the ninth. I remember Tanana from his from the tail end of his career. I wasn't quite old enough to see him in his prime. I didn't realize that he was the beast that he was. I knew he was an established pitcher when I was growing up. First pitch on the way to Quan is right there for a strike. Fastball 94 up top. And it's 0-1. Iglesias looks and rips and fires. Down and in. Slider misses. 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Changeup just over the top of that one. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of that to stay alive. Do it again. Braves lead at 4-2. Game 1 of a 3-game set. The 1-2, 95 high and wide, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Changeup pulled the string on that one. Couldn't resist that one as it faded off the edge of the plate. And it's out number 2. So Cleveland down to their last out. Braves 1 out away from a 9-game winning streak. I don't know if anyone caught the tail end of that. I don't know if Miami won their game or not. The first pitch on the way to Rosario is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. See if I can find the score. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike, 1-1. Got to figure he's trying to just work his way aboard. The 1-1. Swing and rips it over third. Riley's got it. Fires it across the diamond. 5-3 put out and a web gem at that. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. 4-2 your final. What an outstanding play as Riley keeps that ball from going into left field. Heck of a defensive play by Riley. They're all getting a smile out of it. And the Braves come into Cleveland and take game number 1. A quick game, a hard-fought game. Good Cleveland team that the Braves saw the youngster Gavin Williams for the first time. Looks like it was a sellout crowd tonight in Cleveland as well. They have a capacity of 34,788. According to StatTrack, it was 38,000, so they sold the place out and then some tonight. The game was done in a tidy 2 hours and 26 minutes. And your Atlanta Braves improve on the season, and the Marlins did win, so they'll stay 9 in front of Miami. Philadelphia was idle today. They'll go 12.5 in front of the Phils. They will go 19 in front of the Mets, who start a series out west. If you think it's bad for the Mets now, they start a 3-game series in Arizona and finish in San Diego on their way to the All-Star break. And I don't know if y'all heard any of it this morning, but you should have heard New York radio. They were... They had all kinds of ways the Mets were going to get back in this thing. Oh, and the other dandy that I failed to mention earlier, they were insinuating that Lindor deserved the All-Star game over Swanson because his glove is better than Dansby. And we all know that, Dansby left and we don't, we're fine with Arcia. But Dansby Swanson last year was the number 1 rated defensive shortstop in all of baseball. So I was like, what in the world are y'all are really drinking that Kool-Aid up there. The Braves win it 4-2. And the Tampa Bay Rays, they were idle as well. So we'll go a game and a half in front of Tampa. We'll see how the rest plays out as the Dodgers play tonight. Baltimore is tied up with the Yankees. They're the closest, but they'll be either 6.5 or 7.5 in front of Baltimore. Braves win it 4-2. Y'all have a good night. Great 4th of July. We'll be here tomorrow with the feed, and we will have something put together for you to listen to for the 4th of July, and we'll be back play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch on Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday as the Braves keep marching towards the best record in baseball as we head to the All-Star break. Y'all have a good one, Braves country. Please hit that like button as you walk out the door.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for La Jolla, whom Clevelanders love. Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with one inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence, his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.